And I won't use any bad words.
Okay, we're now streaming live on YouTube, so I will go ahead and begin the recording. And Commission President Rocky Smith, oh wait, I just see her right now.
Okay.
Just admitted her to the meeting.
Okay.
Okay, there we are.
All right, so we will convene the City Commission work session for Tuesday, January 12th, 2021. And we will go to take a roll call.
Commissioner Frank O'Donnell,
Here.
Commissioner Rachel Lyle Smith,
Here.
Commissioner Denise McGriff. You're on mute.
Present.
And Commission President Rocky Smith.
I'm here. All right, so does anyone have any future agenda items or any items on the list of our topics for future work sessions that they want to change or discuss? Commissioner McGriff.
Yes, Commissioner Smith, I just have a quick procedural question. Since we're back on Zoom, do you want us to raise our hand or do you want us to use the blue hand, or how do you want to do this? I actually have a blue hand here.
Yeah,
sometimes we don't get it.
Let's see, I will put up both. So either the blue hand or the real hand.
Okay, I don't see a blue hand on here. That's why I'm asking, because sometimes on different Zoom platforms, I'll get it. I'm looking at the participants and it just says invite or mute me. It doesn't have the blue hand, so.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So-
That's what I see too. So I guess
Okay.
just regular.
Just raise our hand,
or
okay.
say something.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I think it's under reactions on this version. If you have reactions, just to the right.
Yeah, it is. So there is one there. Yeah, I have it up.
Okay, I see raised hand. Yes, it's got a clapping hand, a thumbs up hand, and I'm crying.
And hey, don't be using this one.
Which one?
The one that says slower. Slower or faster. We're not going to be able to. Oh, now I can't get it off. Okay.
Yeah. How do you put your hand down?
I think
You go back to it and lower your hand.
maybe Katie does it. I don't know.
No, you can hit it again and it'll go back off.
Okay. Thank you, Tony.
Sure.
Okay, now that we've completed Zoom 101, anything about future agenda items? Commissioner Lyle Smith.
Thanks. I guess I have a question that's maybe for Ms. Herway. With the new model codes and that have just been passed by DLCD that affect large cities, how are you expecting to bring that to the city just in general? I would think maybe a work session, it may be a good topic for the work session, but I was just wondering what you thought.
Oh, we anticipate starting a new project at some point in the near future. We're required to have those adopted by June 30th of 2022. So once we get a little bit further with the comprehensive plan, we anticipate initiating another project associated with the House Bill 2001.
Okay, thanks.
All right, anything else? Okay, seeing none, we'll be moving on to discussion items. And our first item is proposed annexation code amendments. Community Development Director Laura Turway.
Thank you very much. Annexations are reviewed against a series of factors to determine if they're appropriate for the city. In December, the commission directed staff to amend the annexation factors for clarity, as well as to address the concerns regarding infrastructure, timing, and financing. Staff presented draft amendments to the code the following week, which defined the public utilities and services to be analyzed during the annexation review, as well as added language regarding the timeliness, orderliness, and efficiency of the proposal. In addition, a factor was added that the annexations of a certain size would be subject to a master plan prior to development in order to address infrastructure timing and funding concerns at the time later in development when there's more clarity in the development process about what is being proposed and what those impacts are. The City Commission provided specific direction for the draft amendments that were presented in December, including adding more specificity and putting more meat on the bones. Staff is back tonight with revised code amendments, which we believe implements the direction of the Commission. We'll summarize the changes, but overall, they define the degree to which infrastructure has been planned and add more clarity regarding timing, orderly, and efficiency of annexations. After Senior Planner Pete Walters speaks about the changes, we're looking for the Commission to identify if we are on the right track and should proceed with the legislative code amendments, or if we should come back for further discussion at a future work session before soliciting public input and proceeding with the legislative review process. With that, I'm happy to introduce Senior Planner Pete Walter.
Good evening and thanks to everybody. So in the absence of a crystal ball, which is what we all wish we had when we reviewed annexations, we did do some research and we looked at the Sandy Code, we looked at Wilsonville, city attorney and Laura looked at other city codes as well. And we've written a memorandum that kind of provides a background of how we've been at reviewing annexations in Oregon City. And I understand the direction here from the City Commission, and it makes good sense to me that we would want to provide as much specificity at the annexation process as we can, bearing in mind that there is a lot of additional things going on in the background that the city isn't privy to. And applicants are slowly gaining more awareness about the market conditions as things move forward. So there are land use negotiations going on, and those sorts of things will slow down the timing of site-specific development applications. So what we can do at the annexation stage is rely on our public facilities master plans, and that includes all of the facilities plans that we adopt and update as time goes on, and sewer, water, and stormwater. And you'll see in the annexation code amendments that we've made specific references to those public facilities master plans as criteria, and that the annexation area that we're considering is considered as urbanizing in those master plans. So there is also, we've added a couple of factors one from the Sandy Code, and that has to do with the potential for the City Commission to decide to do an annexation agreement or development agreement to further clarify the role of the developer in funding all of the needed improvements and what improvements are necessary associated with future development. The additional requirement that we wanted to provide specificity on is that the applicant must demonstrate to the satisfaction of the City Commission that any land use impacts will be mitigated. on-site or off-site, and how those mitigations and projects will be funded. And that funding must be identified at the time of annexation or subsequently through a master plan / planned unit development, which is something that we have used as a condition of approval in prior annexations as well. The commission decided to lower the threshold for master plan approval to 5 acres to make sure that we do adequately plan for those 5-acre parcels that are coming into the city. And the other piece of the Sandy Code is a factor that the annexation must be in the best interest of the city. And this is very qualitative, but it does provide some specificity by saying that you would consider the annexation to be in the best interest in the city if it provides a needed solution to an existing problem that results from insufficient sanitation, water service, or other service-related problem, that it provides land for development to meet urban needs in an orderly and logical pattern, or it provides land for needed transportation route. The other item that we added was that further specificity that any cultural or historic resources that are in the county and have been identified on any county maps or inventories, or even by the state, and which are potentially eligible for historic designation or other cultural protection or resource protection, be identified. And then as far as section 1404, action by the City Commission, following the Planning Commission's recommendation, the City Commission may adopt a development agreement with the owners of the property that is proposed for annexation. And development agreements can take a lot of forms. They can be very specific and identify funding sources. They are considered a land use decision in and of themselves, requiring public hearings. And they would be something that you could add as a condition. We do think that the amendments have provided more meat on the bones in terms of guidance at the time of annexation, so that they're not so highly discretionary. And we can be assured that when we are writing that staff recommendation in the staff report, that we're covering all of our bases to the extent that we can at this point in time. Annexations are changes to the city boundary that change taxing and service districts. They don't, in an annexation by itself will not approve a site-specific development plan. You have to have some other kind of land use application to do that. And we did provide a couple of examples where for smaller acreage applications that included an annexation along with a zone change and a subdivision approval. And those were on the south side of the city. One was a 1 acre one over on Maple Lane Road. Sorry, not south, but east of the city. And the other one, Lindsay-Ann Estates, down there off of Leland Road. And those are 2 areas that have been in the urban growth boundary for, I think, quite some time. They're not in the new urban growth boundary areas that are covered by the concept plans. The concept plan areas are much larger and much more difficult to plan for. And we're required by Metro to adopt what we call concept plans, which is a requirement that we do a 30,000 foot review, but it also results in a comprehensive plan designation for those areas that are brought into the urban growth boundary. And it provides a lot of other details as well, as far as where activity centers need to be locationally, which roads are going to be impacted, and those kinds of things. So there is increasingly more specificity and clarity in the development review process. And it does take several years to take a property that's outside the city and the UGB to the final point of either site plan approval or land division approval, resulting in a building permit. And the building permit is the final stage where an applicant says, I'm going to place a structure here and it's going to have an impact on the city system, and they will pay system development charges at the time of building permit. They don't pay those SDCs at the time of annexation. They pay those when the development comes online, as we say. So unless Laura would like to add some further clarifications, I'm happy to take questions.
Okay.
No,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
my apologies. No further clarifications. We have the code amendments here tonight to put up on the screen should you so choose. Thank you.
Okay, questions or discussion?
Who's going first?
Commissioner McGriff.
I'm not sure exactly where to start. I guess I will go over my notes. I'm looking at the document that says that the red line version of Chapter 1404, City Boundary Changes and Extension of Services. Just so you kind of know where I am.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got to get rid of my thing here because the hand is like right in the middle of it. Okay, there we go. That's it. I know someday we'll be meeting again in person. We won't have to worry about blue hands or things like that. I need to make this, excuse me just a second. I need to make the screen bigger. There we go. Okay. Let's see. I had a question about, let's see, 1404-050, number 7. And the track change there, you're saying that they are required to submit a narrative statement addressing each of the annexation factors contained in da-da-da-da as, and then you say, I don't understand this.
Yeah, I think that sentence is a little awkward as well, Commissioner McGriff. I think what we're intending to say there is that, yeah, they must address, the narrative must address all of the factors in 060, but they also must include these statements of availability, A through C, and each of these is a separate statement in their narrative. They don't necessarily, well, there is a lot of overlap between these statements and what is asked for in the factors. But I think what these statements actually ask for is for the applicant to look through all of the public facilities plans and respond to them. So it's more the.
And I guess I would suggest that you end the sentence after contained in section 1404-060, put a semicolon there, because the as relevant such as was really confusing to me because it made it sound like it was more discretionary. They could pick and choose which ones of those they wanted to address. And I didn't think that was your intent. I don't know if anybody else saw it like that.
I think you're correct. That is not the intent.
Okay. Well, I'm not trying to be correct. I was just saying it. Just my first cut was like, okay,
Yeah, sure.
B and D and G, and then I won't ask about the rest of them.
Right. It's not as if just by providing the narrative statements, they've addressed the factors, but they do have to provide all the narrative statements.
Okay, then under number F, under that same section, I just wanted a little further explanation of the statement of potential physical, aesthetic, and related social effects of the proposed or potential development on the community as a whole, or on a small sub-community, et cetera, et cetera. So I think what hung me up was the word potential.
Mhm.
I think anytime there's a development adjacent to another place that is developed, people are going to perceive that there's some impact. So I'm asking about the word potential.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a helpful word in this situation because the impact hasn't happened yet. But to the extent that our master plans and our comprehensive plan has forecasted trends in our demographics and population, and this is a very generalized
Yeah, it's very
discretionary
subjective.
thing. So
I think
Objective.
in the context of this sentence, it's trying to say what the proposed development or potential development may be, because at time of annexations, there's not always a proposed development that's known at that time.
Okay, it's just kind of like, okay.
There's not the assumption of worst case. I'm sorry I chimed in, but is not the assumption that it's a worst case situation, that the density will be at its highest and the demand will be at its highest? I believe I read that somewhere else.
I think when it comes to analyzing impacts like traffic and that, yeah, the worst case scenario analysis is a more concrete way of approaching that potential impact. This subsection F doesn't really talk about that, however, but we could amend this.
I'm just kind of pointing out a few little ends that I'm just little things that popped out at me as I'm reading. Something I will ask our city attorney, Ms. Richter, when I get done, is that I'm still wanting to get clarification again on the difference between factors and criteria, but let me get through the changes. So on 040060 under number, let's see, number A. So we talk about that we find that on the balance that these factors are satisfied. So are we trying to say there that they've been addressed, or that they are met, or I was trying to understand in a land use context, what do we mean by satisfied?
You want me to answer now or later?
On the difference between factors and criteria, that's later.
I think what we have been doing as a matter of course when reviewing annexations is we've always said that in order for us to make a recommendation for approval, virtually all of the factors have to have been satisfied. But this does provide the discretion that in the event that one or more of the factors is not satisfied, that the commission could still potentially approve an annexation by putting conditions on it.
Sure. Okay. Let's see. So in number 2, we're asking for consistency with the comprehensive plan. I think you're leaving an opening there to say that we're talking about the city's comp plan. So if there are other goals that may not be listed here, you still have to look at them because you're saying that it's including but not limited to, correct? Okay. Number 3, I think, is something that Commissioner O'Donnell had a concern about, as well as myself. So we're talking about the adequacy of the following public facilities and services for potential development I think, okay, I'm reading something in here that's not there. So the potential at the time of the development. I guess I'm making an assumption that on this one, public facility, obviously public facilities and services are not available, which is probably why they're wanting to annex. So if they annex, just hypothetically, let's say they want to develop, but they aren't there, that would constitute the time of development.
Well, the county has got fairly strict zoning that doesn't allow a lot of redevelopment. You know, they have 5-acre minimums and 10-acre minimums and resource overlays that really preclude development. We have a future urban comprehensive plan designation for those areas, which is pretty restrictive in terms of what you can do from a redevelopment standpoint. So that is fairly common with most cities, you know, that have urban growth boundaries. And then drawing on the following criteria, you know, the assumption of the worst case scenario. Most of these public facilities master plans are looking at equivalent residential units as a basis for projecting how much demand there's going to be for a particular public service, whether it's water or sewer or whatever. And they base that off of the city's comprehensive plan designations. So that's where it ties in. They also have a lot more sophisticated engineering analysis that those public facilities plans do too. We don't know how long it's going to take for an area to fully develop. It can take decades, but the plans make the assumption all the way to the urban growth boundary at full build out.
Okay.
Denise, Commissioner McGriff, I guess if your question was, if we're annexing a property and the nearest water line is a quarter mile up the road, in order for it to be adequate and available at the time of development, the developer would need to bring that water line to the site. And it would need to demonstrate that the water line is of the appropriate size.
Right.
So if the master plan calls for, an 8-inch water line, then they would be responsible to bring that 8-inch water line to their property and through their frontage. Is that what you were asking about?
Yes.
When it would happen?
Not necessarily when, is that you answered. I know that I've made a note here when we talked about it last time I had my notes. I know there was a concern by Commissioner O'Donnell about, is that enough? I'll wait for him to chime in. I guess while you've got that bottom of the screen there, I'm not understanding, what do we mean by that it's accounted for? Are you saying because it might be mentioned in the water master plan or whatever master plan, that's enough to satisfy that A, B, C, D? I don't want to, E I have another question about, but let's just say A through D. What are we talking about? It's accounted for. I mean, I open up the master plan, I go, oh, there's the water line, there's my site.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it's not that simple, but.
Well, we would elaborate on that in the staff recommendation. We would, underneath that particular criterion, there would be a detailed explanation of what this area, how much demand is projected in this area based on that plan, and that information would make it into the staff report. And that section of the plan would be an exhibit to the staff report. So all the details would be part of the analysis.
I can add to that a little bit as well. Is what we're trying to do is to define some basic thresholds for which how much planning needs to be done before an annexation. And that gets to the concerns by the commission about timing and appropriateness of a property to annex. So this prioritizes land that was in the sewer master plan or water master plan. So in other words, did we already account for its redevelopment or not? and then the amount of specificity or details that the commission would like about how it's accounted for in the sewer master plan, there's a little bit of flexibility there, but at least it's a first rung. Did we pre-plan for this property, or is it just sort of out of the blue and not had any of that infrastructure planning done yet?
Well, maybe let me, without making a real hypothetical, a real situation, let me try to do a hypothetical. Let's say that I have some property that is at the very end of the South End concept plan. We know that we don't have adequate public facilities and services to get there because of geography, because of the fact that some of, water doesn't run up hills, neither does sewer. So in order to quote unquote have that be accounted for, we can say that yes, we accounted for it in the plan, but we don't have the capacity, nor do we have the funding to serve it. So how does how does something like that get addressed?
Well, I think that would tie back to another criterion that you have about it being timely and orderly. It would not be timely or orderly in that situation because it's too far from that public infrastructure, and some of that public infrastructure hasn't been
That's
built.
how I interpreted it, but I just wanted to be sure. So getting to number E and G, one of my concerns has been is that every analysis we've received from the school district is that yes, we forecasted we can take these students, but they never get down to it's not that they would say no, but they never get down to really giving us the information that we need to say, all the schools are at capacity. No, we can't really serve this without having a new school. We don't have funding for a new school. Same thing with police. I know there's a ratio of police and fire that we should have per our population. And, Oregon City's always, we have been staffed up at one time. We're a little bit down now. Considering the territory that we have to cover, I've never been sure that we have those services. Sure, we can go out there wherever that is, but then we're kind of over in this area, we don't have any coverage. So it's kind of a balancing act. So I mean, think about the extreme emergency we had during the fire. All of our people are over here, something that's going on over here. It just, I just don't think we're getting the level of specificity when we're dealing with our police and fire services. Obviously, we're going to have an updated and wonderful new parks master plan, so we'll probably be able to answer that question sooner than later. Obviously, we can't answer it now. I guess the other thing I would say is, how does this get at this, if school capacity has been reached and we all know as well as everybody else that they're still kind of running behind the 8 ball in terms of school facilities. And I think that's something the school board's going to try to address. I think the other thing I wanted to look at real quickly is under number 9, 10, 11, and 12. So what if there is a potentially eligible site that everybody knows about? For some reason, the county who's not updated their inventory for quite a while. We come up with some building and they haven't identified it. How does a member of the public get that identified? So it can be looked at as possibly a potentially eligible.
Can you repeat the question?
So under number 9, we're saying all historically designated or potentially eligible. So if it's potentially eligible, somebody could bring this to our attention, even if the county hasn't identified it. You're shaking your head, yes.
I think that's what that language says, yes.
Okay, all right, just wanted to make sure. Then under number 12, I think I'm not sure why we want to allow 50% of a piece of property being, having all the site grading and tree removal. I think 50% might be too high. And I think you need to say excluding farm or forest. If they have farm or forest deferral, to me, that's different than farm or forest practices. Because If they're not on farm or forest deferral, they have a great deal of latitude to do things under those deferrals. If they're not under deferral, clear cutting may not be a typical forest practice if they're not under deferral. That's just, well, let me just cut them all down before it gets annexed to the city so I can get some more money. I think we need to be more specific about what we mean by that. If it's on farm or forest deferral, that means something to me. I know what that means. If it's just a practice, I don't know what that means.
I'd have to talk to someone who knows more about the difference between practices and deferrals. In order
Well, the
to
deferral means
get
they're
to
getting
that.
a tax break to, let's say, they have a Christmas tree farm. They're on farm.
Mhm.
They're on farm or forest deferral, so they are getting a break on their property taxes in order to allow
Sure.
to farm, to do what they need to do without, escalating assessments and the cost of the land going up, basically. So if you are actively farming, you can apply for a farm or forest deferral, and there are certain requirements things you're allowed to do under that deferral that you may not be allowed to do under just ordinary, practices.
So would it be better to just
Doesn't mean that's
state
what
that
everybody-
rather than the word practices, or it includes land that is currently assessed with farm and forest deferral?
That's what I'm saying. I think we need to make a difference. I'm thinking of some of the property in Park Place that's been cleared already. They weren't on deferral. They just went in and started grading and cutting trees down.
We can look into that language.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. Just to make it really clear. I don't know if commissioners have any heartburn over 50% like I do, but they can chime in. I'll hold for now. There may be other things that I've got notes on, but I've got the highlights that I picked up on.
Okay.
Well, I guess just to back up, there were a couple of things that you brought up. One was dealing with the police.
Yes.
Carrie, can you use police as a reason to deny?
An annexation?
Yeah.
If there was a substantial base, evidence that the police couldn't serve, it's hard for me to imagine what that circumstance would be when the city has had a practice of allowing applicants to pay for police services. And I would assume that we would allow that same kind of supplementation in the future.
Yeah, those instances where the police coverage fee was it was essentially a negotiated part of the annexation, and it was in reaction to clear comments from the police department that they could not serve a particular annexation area, and we haven't experienced that in recent years.
No, we haven't. We did a few years back, and I recall a couple of those incidences. Carrie, I wasn't looking at it as a way to deny it. I was just saying we need to be clearer about those. I'm talking about all emergency services. Make sure that we can address that. Again, I'm aware that there are ratios of communities that you should have X many officers per this population. I just want to make sure that we can maintain those thresholds as we bring other properties in, that we're not getting behind so that we don't have adequate coverage.
Are you suggesting that those ratios should be written into the factor? Because I could see that cutting both ways.
I don't know whether I'm saying they should be written in, but I'm aware. It's just like, parks, we should, in the ideal world, we should have X many parks for this many people, that sort of thing, just because that provides adequacy of outdoor space, fresh air and all that for our community. I think there are some similar circumstances that we could be, might give us an opportunity to say, well, we need more police service, which, I'm all for that. we need more police. It gets into a budget issue, it gets into some other issues, but we're not talking about budget right now, so.
Mhm. I think those kind of benchmarks are exactly what we're hoping to get out of the comprehensive plan update process too.
I guess, but I think getting back to what Carrie was talking about concerning a double-edged sword, I guess the question is let's just say we set a officers per 1,000. Okay, if you're not meeting it currently and you're going to deny applications because it's not being met, is that a moratorium type situation in which you have to remedy it? Or is annexation different than, say, approving development that we ran into with sewers? Are those two different things? Or do they fall, if you're going to set a criteria, deny based on it, and then not fund it to ever get to it, is that an issue for us?
Oh, I think it can be an issue. I'm not saying suggesting we put the ratios in. I'm just saying those are the types of questions that I typically ask to say, okay, we've got all these other things. These are no different than whether or not our sewer line goes out there. Do we have, I kind of look at the police and emergency services again as part of that whole big basket of public facilities and services under services. They are a service.
But police and fire, I'm sorry, I gotta step in here, but police and fire and school districts, they all provide reports on on the adequacy in order to serve. I know they provide them at least at some point in the planning process because I've seen them. So I'm trying to understand why we wouldn't trust the people who are responsible for providing these services. If they're providing input, if the school is saying, we have the school capacity, we've done our analysis, I feel like you're saying that we don't trust the school district to give us the correct numbers, and therefore we're going to have to validate ourselves what the school district is telling us. And I just don't think that's a road we want to go down. At some point we have to lend a little trust and say the police department, the fire department, the schools, they're all going to provide input. And I hope that they're honest in whether or not they can provide capacity or service. If they're not honest in the reports, that's a totally different problem.
I'm not saying that, Commissioner Lyle Smith. What I am going on is experience and the fact that maybe it's changed in the last five years, but my experience has been we would get responses that basically said, we can serve anybody, anywhere, anytime. When I knew from my experience of living here that we had schools with, tons of portable trailers. We had overcrowding. We had this, we had that. And again, I can't speak specifically because it's been a while since my child was in school, but I'm hoping that we have been getting more robust information from the school district. And I'm not asking for anything different, but I'm just hoping it's been more robust. That the school district understands that they are not an outlier, that they are part of the process, and that one of my goals has been to make sure that we touch base with the school board. I think there's been a turnover of where school board members are coming from. They're looking broader than just beyond just their school facilities. They're looking at the effect of what they're doing on our community. And I think that that's a good direction that they're going in. And I feel more comfortable about it than I have in the past.
Mm-hmm.
So you've answered my question.
Yeah, and I've spoken to the school district staff. They are aware that we're going through this process, and they do want to be involved in the amendments. They weren't able to be in attendance this evening, but I think some of them are going to be watching the YouTube video afterwards to see what was discussed.
Good. So at some point in time, we'll have some sort of a video or Zoom face-to-face with them, and we can talk about areas that overlap and where we can we can cooperate and collaborate with them, which I'm really excited about doing.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I would add that based on my memory from early on the commission, when these were issues, it wasn't that we really got a report. It was we got a sign off that basically said we're fine, and that was it.
You're right. That's exactly what happened.
Right, and that was from the police and the school district, and so I think things have changed a bit, but we're not talking about we've ever gotten a thorough report that we could really understand and make sense of. It was really just, oh yeah, we're fine, and they would sign off, and that was kind of it. That doesn't help us, and sure as heck doesn't add to really a full understanding of whether or not they can serve that development. But okay, Commissioner Lyle-Smith or Commissioner O'Donnell have more to add, or Commissioner McGriff, were you finished? I'm not sure if you had. Okay, so who wants to go next?
I think Commissioner O'Donnell was next.
Okay.
Certainly. I believe the internet seems to be slow tonight, so hopefully this is understandable and we won't be talking over each other. I'll make a couple of comments and backtrack. First, I will say I'd support both Commissioner Smith and Commissioner McGriff. In the 4 years I've sat up there, I have never seen the school district come in and give a measurable statement. In fact, oftentimes they didn't participate at all or just gave a blanket statement. And so I'm not going to pick on them, but I've not been impressed with their input. As far as police services, I always think about annexations in the terms of providing what's named critical services. And I certainly think police service is a critical service. So before I go into everything that I've got written down, Commissioner McGriff asked a question that I was curious about. And I'm curious because every time an applicant's attorney has come before the commission, they have said the words that if we meet the criteria, you must approve. Yet I don't see the words criteria in these documents. I see factors. So Commissioner McGriff asked a question, which I'll pose and we'll get it out of the way. What is are they supposedly used interchangeably? Do factors equal criteria, or is there some difference in the nomenclature?
So the term factors gives the commission a whole lot more discretion to determine how much weight to give each of them and whether or not one of them not being satisfied means denial or not. Let's say this is a really important place to annex for the city. It is critical to a transportation line or a utility line, but there'd be a lot of public impacts, or there'd be another reason that it's not such a good place. Maybe it's far away. So by using the term factors, the commission has a whole lot more discretion to balance and weigh the standards. I think when Commissioner O'Donnell is talking about attorneys for applicants talking about if the criteria is satisfied, you must approve.
Yes.
Those are in the context of subdivision applications and applications to develop land that is quasi-judicial. In other words, you're evaluating the criteria against a particular proposal for development. That is distinguishable from the annexations at the scale we're talking about here. We're talking about more than 5 acres. And we're talking about sort of the policy implications on the pros and cons of expanding the city's boundaries in this way. So this is not a situation where an attorney would sit in front of you and say, I have shown you that this application is in the sewer plan and it's in the water plan and it's in the stormwater plan and the police can serve it, you must approve. This is a different type of application. And except for in the very small annexations, the sort of 1 acre less type, you're not going to have a situation where you are forced to approve one way or the other based on these as criteria in the same way you would for a subdivision.
Very good. Thank you. I'm going to just preface these statements. It's been real easy to try to paint this commission as anti-development, I don't think that's a fair assessment. I think we're not summarily opposed to development or annexations. We simply want them to pay their own way, and that the impact on them is addressed in a timely manner. So when I look at things, what does this commission want out of this document when it's finally done? And I can't speak for the entire commission, but I'll speak for myself. I want a strong code. I obviously want clear and specific items stated so that we can stand on them. I want them defined. I want to ensure that development pays its own way. And I don't want to burden the existing population with a burden that's placed on it by virtue of development. The commission themselves, perhaps with the exception of Commissioner McGriff, we're not experts on this subject. So we're turning to staff and legal to help us construct a document that fulfills those criteria. I think there's things that we've talked about tonight, incorporation of the impact to the traffic and offsite mitigation. I'm particularly interested in development agreements, which sounds like they can actually address very specific concerns, that it'll be a part of our agreement that says the developer agrees to do these things to mitigate or offset these impacts, whether they be on-site or remote. Early on in the conversation with Commissioner McGriff, we talked about the worst case scenario, and I don't remember what section that was not in, but I would like to add it into that section, that we analyze it from a worst case scenario. That may be our practice, but from a legal perspective, I really like things to be in our documentation, because I know that verbal statements don't amend written documents. So I'd like to have that placed in, and I don't know where it was, Pete. It was pretty early when she was dissecting the document.
Yeah, there's probably more than one place we could add that, but as a more of a preface sentence to the analysis.
We can take a look and come back with language that's
Sure.
amended that implements that.
Yeah, because I think what we're talking about here is that the services are in place, that we're not trying to catch services up. We're not trying to hopefully finance them with funds that may not be forthcoming in a timely manner. So I think that the discussions we talk about, like thresholds and when do we act, and to me, that's where a development agreement comes in. I don't have to fail an intersection before I start accumulating funds to fix it. A development agreement could actually address that, a contribution to it, financial contribution. What we wanted was I heard the words orderly and logical, and that's exactly what we want. I always wonder about words like on balance. I don't know what that means. Is that 50% plus one? That's one of those things that make me nervous.
Yep.
I've been an advocate for dealing with progressive deterioration of situations, and we all know that traffic has been the number one concern. So I don't want to take the intersections to failure before I act. If we diminish an intersection's effectiveness by 20%, maybe that's where that very same development agreement comes in. So all in all, I think timeliness, the when portion of the conversation is really the critical thing. When does this happen? Not does it happen before? Does it happen during? Is it allowed to happen after? And the allowed to happen after is a part that concerns me. I guess other than that, I looked at the Sandy model, and they seem to indicate that they want the infrastructure in place. And I'm not sure what the timing that is, but it looks like it would be in place prior to the completion of or parallel with the development of the annexation / future development. And I like that approach. And to Commissioner McGriff's statement about the trees and the deferred things, and I saw another statement in there by another group that had to do with tree removal in the 10-year period preceding annexation. And it was a very strong statement, and I don't remember where it was. And unfortunately, not having dual screens, I can't have all these documents open at once on my computer. But there was a very strong statement by one city about if you've done this within the preceding 10 years, I think it would impact your eligibility for annexation. And again, I don't remember where it was. It may have been one of those
Section
cities.
1778.25 in the Sandy Code.
Yeah.
Talking about urban forestry. If you've removed the trees, there's an A through 1 through 5.
Okay, I don't remember where I saw that.
Tree retention.
I
Yeah.
have it right there in front of me.
Yeah, it's a very prescriptive set of mitigation requirements for tree removal written in their annexation code, which I found very surprising, but at the same time, we have discussed that in the past and alternative ways to deal with it.
Lake
Different
Oswego is the
cities do
same
it.
thing, Pete.
Well, they have an annexation, yeah, and the planning department does a look back and works with the property owner on the mitigation, but they don't have that code.
And we're happy as staff to amend this number 12 as directed by the commission. The reason why we didn't is because a couple of years ago, there was specific discussion on what this should be. It was, I don't know, 3 years ago or so. So it was a big community project with input. So we didn't want to change it in great details, given what the direction from the commission was. But if you guys would like to change the 50% or those triggers, if we're going to change the timeline for the tree removal, I think it warrants additional conversation. We ran into a couple of issues previously about, to what extent do we put people on notice that tree removal is important to us, which at the time we thought this did. And then also, to what extent are we regulating tree removal in the county where we don't really have the authority to regulate that? So we did do some work to talk to the county to see if we could change their code, and that wasn't well received either. So there's a couple different things we'd want to consider if we change the timeline consideration, but the provision itself does highlight that trees are important to Oregon City. And so if there's any tree removal, for example, within this time frame, when we have an umbrella authority over it, so they've submitted that annexation application, then the commission could deny the application.
And Ms. Turway, I don't think we're trying to dictate to the county their practices. I think we're putting landowners on notice that if you are going to choose, if your future plans include annexation into the city of Oregon City, be aware of this. So I think it's a matter of publication and making them aware. I don't think we're trying to preclude any action by the county. Other than that, I think the key words once again are the timing, the when of the event, the thresholds and what we establish, the ability to not hit the failure point before we've started to accumulate funding other than SDCs. And I understand SDCs are payable at the time I think building permits are issued or something like that. But I think timing, thresholds, I really like the addition of development agreements, which I think would overcome many obstacles. And I don't feel that the community at large is summarily opposed to annexations. If you look at the annexation history, the smaller ones seem to fly right through and there's no problem. It's when you have a major impact that people balk. And if we could set the population at ease with the right pieces in place, I don't think it's problematical. So I'll leave my input at that and refer to the next commission. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Lyle Smith.
Thank you. So to tag on to what Commissioner O'Donnell was saying, I think the issue, I don't have so much with water and sewer, because obviously they can't do much without having water or sewer lines going to the development, but transportation is the one that seems to be a real hinge point. And I'm thinking of the Park Place neighborhood and the complaints we've heard about the 92-acre annexation, which Lori used as an example document, probably fittingly. The language in this code up there on number A that you have on the screen, I read this to mean, well, if we have an improvement, so I'll give you an example. How about we're going to improve the intersection of Redland Road and Highway 213, or Redland Road and Holcomb. If that's in our transportation system plan or capital improvement plan, I guess this reads transportation system plan, then it sounds like the annexation will have accounted, check the box. Oh yeah, the city knows that this is an issue. It's on their list of things that need to get done. And therefore, we check the transportation box. I'll use that as an example. That's the way it kind of feels. And so the challenge, as I'm kind of seeing it, is that development could go in. That report in particular referenced a whole list of transportation impacts, and there is no way that one development is going to be required to improve the whole interchange of Redland Road and Holcomb Road, for example, or one of those larger intersections, or adding sidewalks all the way down the existing Holcomb Road because they've increased. I feel like there's a disconnect, and my concern is that if we have some transportation project that's in our transportation system plan, but our transportation system plan may not get built out for 20 years, then the citizens, the residents may feel like we've totally ignored their complaints for 20 years because transportation projects take so long to build out and get improved. And so it could be 10 more years, even if we have more development. Those transportation projects are expensive. So it could be another 10 years before we're able to make some of the improvements that were in that particular staff report for that one particular development. So I think that's the timing piece and how I'm trying to figure out. I'm not sure how to rectify this issue because we know SDCs won't cover all the cost. And so I feel like we're in a no-win situation with transportation and the community wanting to see, as soon as they start seeing development happening, they're wanting to see things that were in the plans or those transportation impacts that were talked about that could be, half a mile away, or the impacts to an intersection that's 2 miles away, like the Redland Holcomb area. When are they going to see those improvements? Because I don't think we have a real answer for them, but they checked the annexation box because they were there in the transportation system plan. So am I reading that right? I mean, I feel like that's the circle we're in, and this came up last time.
Yes, I agree with you. That's exactly how I'm reading it.
Same here.
Is there an answer? I don't know if John Lewis is on. I mean,
Well, in the case of the Park Place annexation, they did a zone change level analysis of the transportation impacts. So they did do the worst case scenario, but they were only responsible for their proportional share of those improvements. And you're right, they're not going to be building the entire improvement, and they're not going to be, and we're not sure when it's going to come online. The TSP talks about short term, near term, and far term, but it's a informed guess, and a lot of the short term stuff is predicted to be based on developers building it. So
the one thing I like about the proposed amendments is that it puts a provision where you have to have a master plan if the annexation area is 5 acres or more. And so at time of annexation, you may not know exactly what is being proposed yet. They may not have done the studies. And so it gives you another opportunity to check in when you know more of what the impact of development is going to be, and you know what the timing is and what the cost is. So the code amendments as they stand allow us to acknowledge that at least some analysis has been done, but they also provide an opportunity to come back and check in. And if they're not going to work out, or if we don't like the timing at the master plan level, then you have a recourse there. Sorry, John, I saw you raise your hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to say these are good points. The beauty of a transportation system plan is it lays out all those improvements that are needed for the full build out. So your transportation system plan, if done correctly, provides for all that growth and provides for intersection improvements or roadway improvements in a way that that would cover those plans. The challenge is that when we look at those improvements, let's say something like an intersection improvement at Redland Road and Holcomb. If the other thing that they look at is what apportionment of that is due to growth and what apportionment of that is due to existing conditions. And the apportionment that's due to growth is included in our analysis for transportation system plan or for SDCs. So if you looked at a long list of improvements across the city, and we have those lists, if you look at those lists, they include some projects which are clearly in the growth area. Let's say in that Park Place 92 acres, there's a project out there that's called for. 100% of that would be included in your SDC analysis. But in an area like Redland and Holcomb at that intersection, the analysis may suggest, well, only 60% of that should be paid for by growth, and the additional 40% should be paid for by existing development. But I mean, by existing, your existing community. That's the missing piece, right? That's the piece that has become a struggle. The one example that I think of that fits that best is the roundabout at Warner Milne, Lynn, Warner Parrott, that big roundabout intersection right there. I want to say for that location, the growth element to that is like 40%, and the balance of that should be paid for by the existing community. And the only way we're really going to get that to happen is through some, we could set aside, let's say, the vehicle registration fee that the county just passed. You could set aside elements of that, but really we're not collecting enough of that. So it's back to this, we set it aside, we go through multiple, all the various commissions that serve the community over the year. We never get to a point where we get enough money collected there. So, I've been, in my mind, the answer there is there a community buy-in in some form that helps fund that thing? But that's a goal that the commission has to make on that. And I just, I think the problem is saddling a growth area with all those costs is, not fair to the growth area. And there's a community need for a lot of this infrastructure improvement that we're just not paying for right now. And so that's kind of, that is the catch-22, Commissioner Lyle-Smith, that is tough to solve. It's real tough to solve. And I think other communities do it through bond measures where they borrow again. I guess the other element to that is some of these SDCs that we're talking about in the growth areas, for the bigger projects, it's a chicken and egg thing. We want that, especially if the community, like Commissioner O'Donnell and Commissioner McGriff are suggesting, they want that to happen first, right? You want that to happen before the development actually occurs. Well, if it's 100% funded or if it's a 60%, whatever the funding criteria is, we're never going to collect that money, or we don't have that money in our coffers to be able to spend on those projects. So that becomes a timing issue of when the funding comes in. So you're pointing out good concerns. The solutions to them are, the community where I saw this first when I came to Portland was in the Tanasbourne area, where there was an investment interest in that area, and they built those large facilities ahead of schedule. But it was private sector that did that, right, through investment pools that fund those kind of things. And until we have something like that, it's kind of a challenge. But the other option to that is finding establishing as a community that not only do we want to see these improvements for growth reasons, but we want to see them for the existing citizens, whether it be connectivity pathways. So intersections aren't always the thing that excites people, but it might be connectivity. So if we're talking Holcomb Boulevard, it might be, we want sidewalks along there, and those front existing developed areas that really were never on the hook for that, because when they developed in the county, it didn't happen. But now some of that could be attributed to, a new development, but really it's the existing development that should pay for that. But that's, that's not necessarily something that, that neighborhood might want to pay for. And but I think they'd be more interested in that if you could package that in small, 10-year list of projects or something like that, and get that passed in a bond measure.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I appreciate that conversation. It kind of really daylights some of the other pieces of this conversation that I feel like we've been trying to get at, but I'm not sure that annexation factors are going to check all those boxes. I think we're going to have to come back to that conversation on transportation in particular. Yeah, I guess because of all of that, I felt like, so I briefly went back over the large 92-acre report. It was a very long report, but I looked for specific pieces, particularly the transportation piece, and I felt like, or at least I thought, and maybe Lori, you can confirm or Pete, that we did put in some conditions of approval that would include some transportation improvements, but if they hadn't gotten there yet, then the local community on the ground won't have seen them yet, right? I mean, maybe they're coming.
Right. It's tied to their development. They would have to update the analysis that they did when they got the annexation and zone change approval in 2017. And there's a requirement for them to do that with the master plan. And they would update the costs and the proportional shares that they're responsible for. But okay, you're right, it's not going to come online before development the way we are currently funding our infrastructure.
Okay. I mean, it's not the answer that our community wants to hear, but unfortunately it is the answer. It's where we're at, right?
Yeah, I was going to agree with Commissioner Lyle Smith in the fact that she's correct. That's not the answer that community wants to hear, because they already felt it was way broken before that 92-acre annexation, which is probably one of the many reasons why it was voted down 3 times, because we and the development community did not have answers to those questions. And I think it's evident in the latest letter that we received from them. Like, their letter was, look at what happened during the fire. What if something else like that happened? These are the unintended consequences. Isn't directly related to the annexation, but they are anticipating just assuming that a lot of those people that were coming, even though they were outside of the city, coming in, that could be the city people. And the I mean, like I said, it's already broken. It's been broken for 25, 30 years.
Well, and I feel like that gets to the existing structure piece that
right
keeps bringing it up, is like, we have existing, and that road in particular is unique because it was county jurisdiction. It got developed before it was, what I mean? So it didn't come in with the new rules that we have today. And it was a jurisdictional transfer in 2009, 2010. And we inherited this problematic road through the jurisdictional transfer. But I think the local community there want existing infrastructure improvements. And unfortunately, I don't think it's fair either to saddle new development with all of those fees either. I think they would push back, right? It's a balance. There's 2 pieces. There's the existing and there's the SDCs, and they should come together to improvements. But we clearly have a gap.
We should also mention what we mentioned in the report, which is that we have a lot of vehicle trips that start and end in the county. That doesn't pay for the capacity.
Tolling, let's toll Holcomb Boulevard.
Yeah, okay. So thought I had a thought and then it left me just as quickly. A final thought. Oh, the wildfire. I did read the letter, and I guess I would push back on that because I live on top of the hill, and I can promise you that pretty much every road was backed up. This was not a Park Place issue. 213 was backed up. I mean, our city shut down. I couldn't hardly make it from Fred Meyer to Warner Milne and Beaver Creek Road because it was standstill traffic. So I appreciate the concern. I think if we want to talk about disaster evacuations, that's a completely separate topic because our entire city was in a gridlock. So I'm empathetic, but I was trying to pick up the food and I couldn't do it. If you guys remember, I did an interview in my car sitting in front of trying to get dog food before the wildfire. And I thought I was just going to run out and go get dog food and run back home. And I in that traffic. And I was and I was like, I'm not going to make it home by the K2 interview. So I literally had it in my car, and I was like, people need to calm down. I mean, it was a memorable moment for me, but I was like, I was stuck in that too. So anyway, all right. So back on topic. I don't know if there's any. I was just trying to really dive a little bit deeper because I think this is where we left off on our annexation concerns of this transportation piece. And I don't feel like we have a good answer. I think at this point, maybe it's the best we can do until we circle back on it. The only other issues I had on number 10, it says any significant adverse effects. Yeah, you can bring it up. So it's saying we have to address significant adverse effects, or we have to identify them. You added the words in red are identified. I was wondering, why wouldn't we say and mitigated? Like if it's significant adverse effects, why? I'm just wondering, am I missing something? Is that part included that what of the part of their narrative is to mitigate these adverse impacts that are identified?
One of the
I
concerns
agree with you, Commissioner. Identified and addressed. Identified just says we identified them, doesn't say we did anything about them.
Mm-hmm. A lot of that has to do with our Goal 5 inventory for natural, cultural, historic resources and whether it's adopted and covers the area that we're talking about, and whether we have existing codes in place to protect those resources.
The challenge with annexations is you may not know exactly what the impact is because you may not know, how much of the steep area is being built or things like that. So this requires applicants to identify it. And if we want to put more conditions on that, we can. So if they identify a wetland that's not in our inventory, we can condition that it be added to the inventory. But it leaves a little bit of flexibility. So though it doesn't say and mitigated, you might not always be in a specific space to mitigate it because you might not know what your actual impact may be to this, for example, the scenic component. When it's this early, there's a weird chicken and egg thing because you don't know what the development is necessarily at time of annexation.
I got you. So this isn't an area where if it's identified through the process, staff would come back and could put a conditional approval on this for them to mitigate at a later time, or when we know more about the development, that's when a condition of the approval would be applied for mitigating that.
Yeah,
I think it's just identifying it early because you actually, you have Oregon City Municipal Code for wetlands, floodplains, for steep slopes. That spells out the development intensity and any mitigation associated with that. I think it's really trying to identify up front, what the natural resources on the property are.
Okay, that's fine. I understand now. I understand why you have to leave some flexibility in there because of the the different types and forms of annexation applications that come in. Some may be much more advanced or thought out than, you know, a 2-acre annexation or something that comes in for a different reason. It may not. Anyway, for number, I guess it's 12. This, you know, Commissioner Griff brought this up, and I have some of the same concerns about the word significant. And the greater than 50%, I read that to mean only apply to the tree removal, because it says greater than 50% of the forest canopy. So there, I don't see a percentage, or I don't read that as there's a percentage of significant site grading. So who's defining significant? Is that really up in the air, or should we put a percentage in there? Anybody?
It's at the discretion of the commission to define if too much grading has been done or what the word significant may mean.
Well, isn't it hard to defend any decision made on the basis of words like significant or too much? Or
Can we just take the word significant out and say whether site grading or tree removal, blah, 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 has occurred?
You could do either way. As long as the commission has evidence in the record, you can define your own what significant means to you. But yes, you can certainly remove it and say, hey, if anything at all has happened, that's a problem.
Well, here's my, to concur with Commissioner Lyle Smith, is that as we look at more and more land that has constraints, which that's kind of what gets left, we're going to have issues, as unfortunately I hope we don't have today with all this rain. They're talking about flooding. We've had fires. We're going to have runoff. We're going to have some landslides. Removal not only of the forest canopy or the tree canopy or whatever canopy we've got there with whatever vegetation could exacerbate a situation where you're going to have erosion, you're going to have sedimentation. You've got people out in the county who may be affected who have wells, and we could possibly have landslides. And I think that we need to say, we're not telling you you can't do anything, but we're telling you that you need Mr. or Ms. annexation person. Just don't go out there with your D8 cat and start scraping stuff off, because it will have consequences, which is why I think the number needs to be lower. And I think even when you have farm and forest practices, there are rules under those deferrals on what you need to do under Forest Practices Acts. And I don't know if any of you just read the article in the Oregonian about tree removals that have caused different cities to have problems with their water sources. It doesn't matter whether we're not getting water source from there, but we have people with who could be affected by downstream or downstream downgrading, site grading someplace off site that is unintended. So if you guys can, suggest a different number, I'm looking at maybe 30% or 25%, something that would just say, look, you just can't go out there and just start messing around, because there are things that are going to happen, things that we can't control. We just don't know.
Laura, I just bring this up to point this out because we've gone around on this conversation multiple times over the years on how to handle tree removal on private property. Are we conditioning them upon annexation that they need to keep the trees, or once they're annexed into the city, can they remove the trees because they're on private property?
Typical answer is it depends
Yeah.
On the zoning and if we regulate the tree removal while it's in the city.
We don't.
My concern is that since we're trying to look at a different way of developing, it would seem that let's do development based on the land, not trying to make it flat when it's not flat. Let's try to look at using what's there to make a development that may be a little different. You might have the road meandering. You might, like kind of what we talked about at the South End Concept Plan. We weren't talking about a grid system. We were talking about something that was going to take a true look at how the land is there, how it functions. Where does it slope? Do you want to I just don't think we can continue to do the scrape and build now and then plant little trees later. You could use trees as part of your development. And that's again why I'm supporting the master plan concept, so that you can use the property and develop it in a way that takes care of the property in addition to development.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that statement on 12 altogether. It reminds me, and I keep coming back to what Commissioner O'Donnell said of like, should it be more of a warning statement or kind of a guidance statement that we prefer land to remain as is without significant grading and tree cutting and all of that, and that, I don't know. I was surprised that City of Sandy's code that really went into what they did in the last 10 years, because Laura, I remember the conversation was within the last 2 years, because I was on the commission when we talked about this, and you talked to the county. And I think there are some questions in there. So I don't know that I have a solution, and I think we probably need to move on. That's the last item I have.
I liked exactly the way you worded it.
I would like to talk to those jurisdictions to see how their tree retention codes are functioning. And
So yeah, let's maybe make it in the reverse. Instead of saying removal, we'd like you to retain the trees. How can we make it more positive?
yeah, well, that's what the Sandy code is titled, is tree retention. And then they have,
Yeah, let's call it tree retention instead of tree removal.
And preservation of the natural land as it exists. Like
They say to discourage property owners from removing trees prior to annexation in a way of avoiding the provisions of whatever, and to prevent unnecessary removal for future subdivision layout. And then it goes on. I mean, I think that that's what we're trying to get at, is that we want to encourage you, rather than saying don't, let's say, please do this.
preserve it as much as possible, and then we'll handle any other tree cutting or grading that's needed when the development moves on. And
And you get bonus points if you keep your trees. Can you guys try to rework that so that it's more positive?
We can, yes.
I don't have anything else. Rocky, is there anything left for you? We've beat this to death, like line by line.
No, that's the way I like it, though. Good. Yeah, you've covered everything. We're done.
We're
So
not.
on direction, no, I think the discussion was good. And I actually think it shed a light on a lot of other topics we've talked about before. We didn't get quite as far. So I think that was good. So do we have direction of what we're going to be bringing this back with some revisions, and then we'll look at it then, correct? All right. Anything else on that topic? Commissioner McGriff still has her hand up because she doesn't know how to take it down.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
What?
I thought Commissioner O'Donnell had something.
Yeah.
He keeps doing these signs, and I don't know if it's like a,
Peace sign.
I agree, or if he's like raising his hand, or if it's a gang sign. I don't really know what it is.
It is a gang thing. It's the city commission gang sign. So
Okay.
Do you have a comment?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, good.
I think the whole conversation tells us how important these linked documents are and the strength of those linked documents are, because like a very complex project, even in the private industry, you're going to drill down, and the starting document might be the annexation document, and it's going to refer to the transportation document. It's going to refer to the master plans. So each of those documents has to have a strength of its own. To talk to something that John Lewis said, I don't think anybody is trying to burden developers unnecessarily. I think if I were to do numerical examples, if I had an intersection that was operating, they call it the VC ratio at a 0.8, and the development took it to 1.0, which is failure, then the developer is responsible to drive it back down to the 0.8. If we want to drive it down further than that, then that falls to the community at large. I want to be fair to the developers too. So that's my only statement. Thank you. Thank you, Commission President.
All right. We're moving on to water rate update and voter approval, and will be Public Works Director John Lewis.
Thank you, commissioners. That was a good discussion. This next one hopefully will be good too. This tonight we want to Patty Nelson's going to do most of the presenting for us. She has been with the city for close to a year now, and been thinking about and working on lots of different water initiatives. And this is something that we brought to you in the past. It's been a while though, so we talked a fair amount about providing you with an update and just kind of going through some of the things that maybe you've seen before but might have forgotten about, or would want to see again anyway. So we're really looking to talk about rates and the possibility of rates beyond our 3% limitation. So may require or would require voter approval. So with that, Patty, you've got a presentation, I know, and Commissioner O'Donnell loves our presentations. I think he likes yours better than mine though. So I'm hoping for that.
Well, this is the first time I presented using Zoom. So Katie, I'm gonna.
And your volume, Patty, is pretty low right now. At least it is on my end.
Can you hear me now?
Not quite.
Really? Huh. Okay, I'm having trouble. Maybe it's a Zoom thing. Let me see. So Katie, sharing my screen. There we
Yeah,
go.
it's at the bottom. It's at the
Right,
bottom of
I
the,
think it's working now.
there you go.
There you go. There we go. Come on. There we go. All right. Can you hear me now?
Better.
Okay. I usually have a loud voice, so nobody ever has trouble hearing me. So I just a real quick overview. We're talking about our capital improvement plan and how we're funding it. I'm going to do a recap of our last meeting, which was in July, because at that meeting we talked about funding the water system improvements. Part of that was SDCs, part of that was rates. Tonight we're focusing on rates, and then talking about some financing options. We've talked about ballot measures, so we're hoping to get some direction in terms of what we're going to ask the voters to vote on, and then also talk about timing. So just as a review, we have $82.9 million of capital improvements that we have planned for. That's over a 20-year horizon. The revenue sources are water rates and SDCs. One of the things that the commission had asked us to do is to move forward with systems development charges, which we are currently doing. And so a public notice has been out. We have a public hearing scheduled for March 3rd. And the idea again is to have development pay, growth pay for growth, right? So we're pushing ahead with the systems development charge updates that represents around 62% of the capital plan in terms of investment that's eligible for SDCs. So that's something that's coming your way. But for today, we're talking about water rates. So recap from July, we reviewed financing options. One of the things I heard loud and clear, there were 3 options in the rate report. One of them was called a flat rate option, and that called for a 22% one-time increase in water rates. I heard a clear no, we're not considering that. So we're moving forward with 2 options, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. I also heard support to pursue voter approval, but there was recognition that timing is difficult. Obviously, we're in a pandemic, so it's a difficult thing to communicate to the community. So that's something that we need to work on. And then voter approval. Frank, I reviewed the last July meeting, and I remember you said, what's our plan B, right? So if we don't get voter approval, what next? So just real quick, deferred capital improvements is the result. If we can't finance the improvements we need, we defer them. And the city's been in this deferral for quite a few years from what I've seen looking back. And I recognize that was one of the things that was identified in the commission goals, is recognizing that that's an issue. If you keep kicking the can down the street, doesn't go away. So the problems are still there. What does that mean to us as a community? It means increased risk of emergencies. So there's a lot of aging systems out there. And if we don't get to them, if we don't get them and be proactive, we put ourselves at a risk at having major failures or major issues and affecting service to our customers. The other thing that affects is development. We could be looking at moratorium for development. So kind of that, the cart before the horse. It's kind of this, you have to have the improvements there to support the development. And if you don't, then in some cases it can occur. And then fire protection, I think, is one thing I really want to highlight. I in the upcoming Trail News article, I tried to explain this a little bit too. You know, normally in a water system, you like to fill your reservoirs, you know, maybe during the evening, so they're all full and ready to go when you've got your customers. Well, you know, we have a lot of growth going on. We have a lot of demand and aging systems. So we're not able to operate our, and John, correct me if I'm misframing this, but like our pumps at Mountain View Pump Station pump, but we can't even pump them at the rates that they're really designed to, because our transmission mains are aging. And if we pump them at too high a rate, we risk bursting or breaking the pipe. So we have to operate at a lower level, right? So what happens is during the summer, we have to run those pumps 24/7 just to keep the water going and meet the demands. And we're really getting to a point where, you know, we might have to look at curtailments. That's a reality. We talked about it last summer. We didn't have to implement it, but if we don't address some of these needs, we could be looking at curtailment. And then I want to highlight the increased cost to the city through operation and maintenance. So when you're operating your system heavier than you expected or typical, your life expectancy on your equipment goes down. So for instance, with Mountain View Pump Station, if you're running those pumps all the time, their wear and tear on that is larger than you would typically expect. So those are things that I think, you know, really highlight the importance of trying to, you know, fund the needed improvements and moving forward. So one of the things I'm going to spend a few slides just to highlight, I really heard you in terms of looking at financing options. So what are some things to look at? Some of the tools you asked us to look at were local improvement districts, reimbursement districts, and government programs. I did some research in terms of talking to other jurisdictions, and we had a meeting, and actually Matt Zook, our new finance director, we broke him in the first week and talked to him about some of these options. So Denise, I think you were asking about, or Commissioner McGriff, you were asking about local improvement districts. We do have a provision in our city charter. One of the challenging things is we can't base our financing plan on it because it's not a guarantee. So even though the city can initiate it, we still need 2/3 of the owners or the owners to be on board. So it's not something we can gamble on. But one thing we talked about is if something were to go in place, we could step back and look to see whether or not that gives us a break in the rates. But we'd have to assess it at that point once the LID is formed. And one thing that was discussed is that even if you have a local improvement district, the city has to finance those improvements, complete them, and then we do the assessments. So we get paid back through the assessments. So we get back into being a bank. So the other thing you brought up, Commissioner McGriff, with reimbursement districts, we do have that in our city charter. It's not something that we initiate. And it's something that a developer, if they wanted to make the improvements and invest in that, they would apply for a reimbursement district. And then as I understand it, the city's kind of acting like the bank where we're collecting the reimbursement once development comes through. But again, that's not a reliable source that we can base a financial plan on. So the other item that was brought up was government programs. And there's a program that's in place right now. It's the Water Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act. It's called WIFIA. It's a low interest loan over a long term that other jurisdictions have used. This, unfortunately, it requires us to take on a debt. It's something that we currently cannot do. But I wanted to highlight, I'm using Tualatin Valley Water as an example. As you know, they have a $1 billion plus project that they're trying to finance. So they were looking at rate increases of 8 to 10%. They secured WIFIA loan, and they were able to now project the increase down to 4%. So it really kind of highlights the value, I guess, in taking on some indebtedness and thereby trying to reduce the impacts on the ratepayers. Even though overall for the life of the investment, you're paying that cost of interest. If your goal is to try to keep costs down to the ratepayers, I think this is something to look at. So that brings us to the charter provisions. We've talked about this a lot. I won't spend a lot of time on it. In your staff report, I did not include section 47, but that's something that is something that also limits us for debt limits. So if we're going to take on debt, we need to address that one as well. Section 57 is specific for the bonding issues. And then section 58 is our water rate limit. So learning from the past, I just want to highlight, lack of funding, we've already talked about this, increases our risk, and we really want to move forward trying to fund the full CIP. So the two options that you have before you is pay as you go. And I think there's some confusion in the staff report. I was trying to use the language that the rate study used, which is backloaded revenue requirement. And then the debt funded, which is the debt supported revenue requirement. So what does that look like? This is the pay as you go. So this is the ratepayers paying right now and paying as you go. That's a 5% increase until 2038 or 2038, sorry. And then there's the debt funded option. And what that does is it allows us to have a lower rate increase of 4%, and that drops down to 3%. There's an error in the staff report. I had a 5-year window for that 4%. It's actually 6. And so that brings us to what we want to ask the voters. So we put in there for options, there's that 5% option, which is pay as you go, that backloaded revenue requirement. That requires voter approval because we exceed the 3% limit set in section 58, or 4% option, which is that debt, it would be assuming a debt, and that would affect sections 57, 58, and 47. Or other options that you want to consider. So I'm turning it over to you at this point.
All right.
One
Go ahead.
Commissioner Smith, just one clarification I want to make. I want to go that amount of project load that we have. So back at the early on slide, Patty, where we talked about how much project load we had, and there was I saw an email come through today about just this question of most of those red lines on there are out in those growth areas that we were talking about, and Park Place, for instance, or Beaver Creek Road. Those projects are 100% SDC fundable. So when we're talking about rate increases, we're peeling off all the SDC funded projects and really kind of looking just at those things that are non-growth or non-capacity related projects. Some of the stuff in the heart of Oregon City, for instance, the Malala Avenue work along there, that there's a split. I don't remember the exact split, but it's like a 60-40 split for 60% being SDCs and 40% being rates. So I just, Patty, I think you mentioned the number was a percentage of that 82.9.
62% is SDC eligible.
Okay, so it's the balance of that we're talking about for rates. That's all I wanted to say.
Commissioner McGriff has her hand up.
Questions,
I'm just going down to my slide real quick there.
You're on mute.
I know, I thought I clicked it off. So anyway, just 2 quick questions. So number 1, the photo, I'm assuming that was in Oregon City.
No, that was City of Portland.
That's
The photo
that's
of the this.
Yeah, that's frightening.
This was in my neighborhood, so sorry. I had it handy.
Yeah, but that could happen here.
Exactly.
And then number 2, are you or John aware of whether we're seeing an increased use of water due to the COVID home confinement?
John?
Boy, no. I haven't looked at that. Be interesting. I think our John Collins from South Fork might have a better understanding of that, but it's a little bit. I know most of the COVID happened during summertime flows. We had trouble the summer before keeping up, and we had trouble this year keeping up, but we were keeping up in both cases. So I haven't looked at that, Commissioner McGriff.
Commissioner McGriff, one thing I would point out is I know I've talked to other jurisdictions, and COVID has impacted in terms of like water rates, maybe greater in some areas because of they have a higher business or commercial industrial area. And so obviously those businesses are down. And so they've seen an increase, but I think we benefit from a higher residential community. And so my understanding is we haven't seen as much of a dip in consumptions.
Yeah, I don't think that's come up at our South Fork meetings. It's an interesting question to find out. Commissioner McGriff, you have more?
Yeah, that's just two intros. Just if you happen to, when you have a South Fork Water Board meeting, I would be interested in knowing that. You know, what's been higher? Has it, as obviously as Patty says, we do have a higher residential load as opposed to our commercial and industrial. So I'd just be curious because I think that's telling in one way or the other, whether it's up or down. I think will help.
Commissioner McGriff, one quick answer to that is our friend Wyatt Parno is out there in listening land. He just sent me a text that basically said no significant increase in water use.
Okay.
There you go.
We haven't really talked about it, so I didn't think it was much.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Parno.
you, Wyatt.
Thank you, Mr. Parno.
All right. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Perhaps I missed it, but do any of these proposed rate increases include a successful utilization of the WIFIA program, since that would allow us to secure the most favorable rates of loans?
Yes, so the 4% annual is the option that assumes a debt that we're taking on. And if we were to get voter approval, we could pursue the WIFIA funds, the government funds. We'd have to compete for them just like everybody else, but at least if we get voter approval, that would give us the ability to go after those dollars rather than take out, say, a loan from the bank or to secure a bond.
So is that the sequence of events that needs to happen? First, we get voter approval, or can we apply for the WIFIA loan prior to putting this out to the voters and show them the positive impact on rates by securing it?
So I had asked that of Wyatt before he left, and then we talked about it recently. And I think the decision, and we heard back from the bond council, is that we can't pursue it. We cannot pursue it if we're not eligible to take on the debt.
I'll ask a couple of other unrelated questions. To John Lewis.
Eligible?
To John Lewis, do you have measurable evidence of increasing infrastructure failure? If you're plotting it, like your number of events and size of events, are you able to demonstrate that our system is progressively aging at an increased rate and causing more failures?
John, can I try answering that real quick? Would you mind?
Yes. Both.
So Commissioner O'Donnell, so we do map breakage. Anytime we have a water line break, those get mapped. We have a layer on our GIS that we can look at and track that. I've also been working with our GIS folks to create a heat map to kind of show where the aging infrastructure is. And I think that's something Commissioner McGriff, you had mentioned, as well as Tony had mentioned, is trying to show people how old their infrastructure is. So I'm working also to have like a story map online. So that's something that citizens can go to and have a sense of how old the system is and appreciate what we're up against.
Well, I understand that, but the question was, can you demonstrate frequency and magnitude that we are experiencing more frequent, more expensive failures, or is the line fairly flat? That's a different question than demonstrating the age of the system. I don't expect you to answer it tonight, but that to me would be an analysis that I would do.
Yeah, I think the closest thing we get to that is our water main breakage reports, where we're documenting where those are happening, where our water crews responding to those. Trying to quantify the dollar per break. Usually it's just our staff time getting there, dealing with it, patching it, or putting it back together. In some cases, depending on the surface, if we see a failure like what Patty showcased in her picture, there's lots of street damage associated with it. Most of what we have, we try to get to pretty early. We see early indication of, and we deal with that way. We also have, our leak detection effort that happens every year. We could look to that just to quantify them in that way. So we have both those records. We could take a shot at getting something that would do what I think you're trying to do. Frank, I think some of it would be based on our records of breaks, and it would have to have some kind of assumed dollar per
Timeframe.
break kind of a scenario. If you know, because we don't have the real time cost of what it takes us to look at every single break.
Well, I'm not trying to make this too difficult. Even a frequency, you know, we've had, say you had 10 in 2009 and you had 15 and then 20 and then last year you had 30. That kind of demonstration would tell me that the problem is increasing. So, I mean, maybe keep it simple, just frequency of breaks.
So Commissioner O'Donnell, I can try to gather that up. One thing I would highlight though, I think that's a good tool to show what is occurring. I don't know if it's a good tool to predict what our risks are up ahead. Only because, well, simply like that Mountain View Reservoir example, we have adjusted how we're operating the system to try to minimize the risk of a break, right? So anyway, just throwing that out there, but I will gather that information and report back.
Well, let me throw this out there. As one that ran some expensive plants in my life, when my frequency of repairs occurred, I understood that I was heading for imminent failure. And so, you know, I think it's a good baseline to do. It doesn't have to be exact for dollar value, but frequency would be an indicator. I have a question. I have a question for you. The LID, you know, I don't want to go out there and try to sign on a multitude of households, but and maybe you touched on this, and I think you did, but I want to make sure I understood it. Can we put into place an LID prior to the sale of the lots when a single owner is the developer, and he can agree to that and add that reimbursement to the cost of his lots?
John, you might have to help me on this. I would think you could, because we could initiate it, right? And there would be one applicant. So that would be 2/3 of the signature.
Yeah, that was just my thought. I mean, I understand it adds to the cost a lot, and I understand the impact on housing, but it was just a thought that rather than deal with 50 or 100 households or 400, we're dealing with one owner.
I don't know if it's likely that they would pursue that or buy onto it, because one thing we also talked about is if they want to bankrupt it or finance the assessments, it's like a 9% interest rate. So I suspect a developer would prefer to go ahead and finance the needed infrastructure, right? And then seek the reimbursement for any SDC credit. But that's just a thought. I mean,
I just want to make sure though, Commissioner O'Donnell, that you were, you know, the piece that works best, in my opinion, of LID is somewhere like Beaver Creek Road, where you've got these large pieces of land right now that, you know, could 10 of them, let's say, get together, agree that, you know, their property would be more valuable with the assets in place and form an LID, and then do that while they're, you know, on large scale lots, and then split those lots out and go, you know, they would have to go through some kind of a, you know, formulation for how they'd split those out to pay off that LID. But yes, that your question, the answer to your question is yes.
Yeah, I think it's a viable option. I would consider discussing it further. I took a moment and I looked at my water bill, which consists of 7 items, 2 of which I don't think are water related. One, of course, is a public safety facility, and the other is sidewalks, I believe. You know, when I look at the water itself, the water from South Fork is only like 5% of the bill. So when we start applying any percentage increase, what portion of the bill are we applying it to? Are we, you know, the water distribution piece is 26%, the stormwater management, 10%, the wastewater collection, 33%, wastewater treatment, 26%. Would we apply the percentage to the bill in its entirety, not including the public safety facility or pavement maintenance?
So
go ahead.
it's actually our utility bill. Everybody refers to it as the water bill, but because that was the first utility that was ever ended on that. It's a multi-purpose bill that serves the needs of all our utilities, including public safety and water. But the piece that you keyed into, which is the water distribution piece, that's the piece that we're talking about increasing.
So nothing else on this line item bill would be impacted.
Right.
Okay. Just was a point of clarification for myself and the general public. I know it's not a water bill. It's been a misnomer for years. It's a utilities bill. So, thank you.
Well, when I moved here, water was the only thing on it.
Yeah, but then you had a hay expense to feed your horses, and
I did, yeah.
Commissioner Lyle Smith.
Thank you. So really quickly, to address something that Commissioner O'Donnell say, about asking about the frequency of incidents, I would say, the fact that we are changing our operations to what I feel like is a Band-Aid of our current system to keep it from breaking, to me, that's a pretty significant indicator that we need to start making some fixes. Because if we were to run it and operationalize it like it should be run and probably save wear and tear on our pump system, it sounds like we would probably have more incidences. So I feel like we're doing the robbing Peter to pay Paul mechanism at this point. We've kind of punted this and kicked this can down the road as a city for quite some time. So just a small comment there. I do have a couple of questions. Oh, one more comment, and then I'll get to my questions. When I look in the report that was provided, there's a table at the very end about monthly bill comparisons. And so I thought it was really interesting that for the public, if you haven't looked at the report, if you include the rate increase, either one of the rate increases, that our monthly bill comparisons are actually right in line with other similar sized cities. The cities that are below Oregon City or cities that are smaller than us, like Canby and Sandy and a few other cities. So in that sense, I appreciated seeing that comparison because it's always helpful to know how we compare to other neighboring cities of similar size. So my questions, and I'm thinking about the ballot and some of the questions that might come up. And so my question is, at the end of 20 years, so when we've collected this 5% or 4% for the next 20 years, do we have a list of projects that will be completed during that 20 years? Like, can we affirm that will happen? That if we collect these fees, here is a list of projects that absolutely is going to occur in that 20 years.
So that's the basis of the capital plan. I mean, our plan is to implement the capital plan in the next 20 years, and that's dependent on funding. So, and John, correct me if I'm wrong, but my perception is that we haven't been collecting enough revenue. So we've had some of these projects, if you look back at previous plans, that keep moving forward. So the intent is at the end of the 20 years, all of these capital improvements would be done.
Okay. I mean, I think that's pretty important, particularly in the messaging, because it's not going to go over well if we're just collecting funds in 20 years from now. Oh, we've collected all the funds and now it's time to do the projects.
Right.
Which happens. I mean, that's a strategy sometime of collecting money and to spend later. And so I think it's really important that if we do go down this route, that we're really clear about what the city is going to get in return for these rate increases. And I just want to make sure that we are going to be able to articulate that, because that's definitely going to be a question that gets asked. And then my last question is from the finance perspective. Is there an easy pros versus con list between the 5% for the 4%, taking on debt versus not? I mean, are there other things we should take into consideration, like maybe we want to take on debt for parks, and therefore we think the appetite for debt would be better for parks than it would be for water. So like, is there any strategy there or information from the finance department that would help guide our taking 5% or 4%? One with debt, one without debt.
Are you looking for-
Yeah, I'm not sure if Matt's fully up for that right now, but maybe I'll take a run at it. You know, the strategy that one of the reasons why we've kind of been behind on water rates is because the other funding needs have been prioritized first. And so, you know, there was the library and public safety measure. And, you know, we've been talking water for a long time. Moving forward with other, you know, things, I think that's definitely worth a goal setting discussion by the commission. You know, is there an appetite for some, you know, water debt and some park debt and some transportation debt? I don't know, but or none of the above. I don't know, but you know, the agencies that seem to be doing it right. I really liked your question about a list of projects, because the agencies that have been successful with bond measures, construction bond measures for public infrastructure, have put those together in a way that the community sees value in the list of projects, and they deliver those projects on time and on budget. And we've got a good track record of doing that too, not under debt funding, but under that kind of a scenario. And so that's been successful for them. And at the end of whatever that period of time is, if it's, you know, a 10-year list of projects or something, then they've been able to renew those. And, you know, I think of the city of Eugene and some of the other, you know, big jurisdictions that are doing that. So, you know, we've got our own priority needs. You know, we need to bring, you know, stormwater before you. And I know the parks issue is, you know, I live and play within the parks too, so I see the needs there as well. I don't have an answer for that, but we haven't strategized with the finance department on other possible indebtedness needs.
Yeah, I think that'd be a discussion. I'm not asking you to, sorry if I insinuated that. I think that's the job of the commission, right? Is to have that discussion about strategy and indebtedness. But the question still remains from the finance department, or from just incurring debt, the 4%. And when I look at the table, the 4% for the 5%, am I missing anything? Or is it just that we're going to pick whichever one we think? Like, what are some of the criteria for deciding which is the better option between those two?
do you mind if I comment on that?
I think she's asking the finance
I'm
department.
asking whoever has the answer to my question to chime in.
Go ahead, Ty.
Okay, so I think the distinguishing factors, I guess my sense from hearing the commission is that we really want to minimize the rate increase to our customers. And I've also heard Frank comment, you know, about, you know, when you do increases every year, they compound, right? So when you look at the first option, the 5%, you're asking the current customers to pay 5% and a 5% increase every year until 2038. If you do the 4%, that's only in place for 6 years. And then we go back to the 3%, which is in the charter, but it requires that we take on a debt. And I think one of the pluses of that is that you could finance it over a longer period of time, which is like the WIFIA funds, which kind of stretches that burden out. So it's not just the current customers, you're capturing also the benefits of the additional customers to come, right, over a longer period. So to me, those are the distinguishing factors.
I guess Commissioner Lau-Smith, I guess, yeah, and I think what Patty was referring to was the revenue requirement scenario comparison. It's
Yes.
7, where the backloaded capital, you know, to 100% fund is a rate increased by 2038 of 148% versus the capital with debt. You're looking at 80%, 86% increase. You know, I think that the pay as you go is also difficult just because the size and the cost of these projects, you know, the cost of construction inflation over those years, adding to the construction cost over that timeline, and the ability to, you know, through taking on the debt, you can do the whole project at once while you're in there and staged up, right? And so either you're going to do them in smaller sections and continue to have failures over the next 20 years as you accumulate enough cash to do them with cash in hand, and potentially not able to do a large enough segment at that time because you only have X amount of money. So and honestly too, the other part of it, just with interest rates where they're at right now, I mean, it'd be if we were talking years ago when we were at 6, 7, 8% on debt or higher, I mean, it's absolutely amazing right now with interest rates where they're at on how much more money goes to a project. So as much as you can front load it now to do complete projects, I think is just an absolute benefit. And then just overall to the ratepayer over that time, it is cheaper.
All of that is super helpful. Thank you very much.
All right, Commissioner McGriff, do you have?
Yeah, I was just saying, I think that, contrary to belief, we have some community members, and I think our community would be willing to look at bonding over a 10 to 20 year period. I know nobody wants to say they want to raise rates, but we need to make the public understand the scenario we've been under for the last, since I've lived here. And I think Commissioner Lyle-Smith, you used the correct title, robbing Peter to pay Paul. And I don't think in terms of water, we can afford any, catastrophic failures because it would be very detrimental to our community. And I know, I guess I will say this, I'm wondering if the concern back when the ballot measure the charter amendment was made is the same as it is now. I mean, I know people are suffering because of COVID, and we have to really be watchful of that. But also we need to show our constituents that we're being responsible and trying to plan ahead for what is going to come. And I don't want it to be with our noses up against the window and we don't have any other options. So I think this is a conversation. The SDC conversation is a whole nother thing. And, but we're talking about route rates right now.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Something John Lewis said piqued my curiosity, so I have to ask the question. Talked about our rates and accumulating funds, and that I guess the simple question is, were those funds diverted for other projects where they otherwise would have been available to do the work we needed to do, or are funds collected under this earmarked and held in an escrow account for the very purpose of our water delivery infrastructure?
I'm missing. I'm not understanding if I said something that indicated we've diverted money. I didn't mean that. If I said that, did you say that again for me, Commissioner O'Donnell?
I'll just ask again. When monies are collected, for example, right now under our current rates, when monies are collected, are they held in an escrow account for the very purpose of fixing or keeping functional our water delivery system, or are they available for use elsewhere and have historically been used elsewhere?
Oh,
That's
very
the
good.
finance question.
Very good question. So, so our rates, our utility rates that we collect are, the majority of that goes to day-to-day operation, right? Power, pumps, staff time, all those kinds of things. And only for that, at the end of the day, when we pay all those things, we have a little bit left for capital, and we've been using that for capital improvements around town. Okay. So that's rates. It doesn't go anywhere. Those are dedicated funds for water. And the SDCs, same thing, only they need to be spent on capacity increasing kind of projects. So the SDCs, water SDCs, are dedicated for water capacity increasing projects. So I think if that's what you were getting to, that's my answer.
And the reason for the question was citizens asked, well, how responsible have we been in managing our current level of income under the 3%? And I needed to answer that. And I didn't want any misunderstandings on what we were saying. I also think it would behoove the presenters. I mean, I did a quick math thing, the engineering, and rather than say, it's going to be 5% compounded for 20 years or 17 years, I think when I did that, the 5% for 17 years, it told me that my rate would be 230% of what it currently is in 17 years. So, for the layman understanding, maybe a simpler example that says, with this approach, your rate would be this in 5 years, this in 10 years, and this in 20 years, rather than people don't do compound interest problems well.
All right. Good idea. Thank you.
Yep.
I found the table at the very end of the report that was attached with the staff report to be super helpful, because it shows that, technically it doesn't show the compounding rate over years, but it shows a monthly bill comparison between our Oregon City 2020, if you look at the debt option, and then the Oregon City 2021 flat option and backloaded. So it has all those scenarios. And so, for example, if we went for the debt option, which I believe is the 4% for the 6 years, the average customer, their monthly rate would go up $1.60 a month, according to that table. So again, that's the number comparison. People put it into perspective of what does this really mean? We're talking $1.60 a month. And then, you could do the compounding of later on if you wanted to, but I agree with you, Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you. Well,
Patty, wasn't there another
I'm
question?
a fan of bonding.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can hear me, but bonding at least.
Hope we lost Frank.
He froze.
Our
There he is.
city financial.
So
Can you-
this is the first question, is what to ask the voters. So if we can wrap that up on what we want to ask. And then the next question, John, is the timing for the ballot measure.
So if we could go back, Commissioner O'Donnell, I think you broke up right at the beginning there. If you wanted to repeat what you were saying.
I was curious if both of our financial people, our city person and Mr. Parno now with South Fork, could give us a scenario on what we could do if we were to successful in the current procuring that WIFIA financing. And maybe that's an offering we can make, at least know the impact that, we could accomplish this not at 4%, not at 5%, but we could accomplish it at 3% if we could get that financing. I don't want to confuse the issue tonight.
This is Matt Zook, finance director. Commissioner O'Donnell, I think that what we would do, that we have yet to have done, is compare all of the options out there. You may remember Carol Samuels with Piper Jaffray. I spoke with her last week, and she has a long history with the city. And my experience in working with a municipal advisor would be compare the market, at bond rates currently versus a government loan versus a private placement. All those options are on the table, and we would certainly look at the best. And my experience has been that we would get a competitive process in all of that. Last refunding I did in Newburgh, we actually did work with Piper Sandler as well, and had 12 different banks respond and got some really, really good responses. So, looking at all the options, whether it be a federal loan, open market, bank placement, whatever, grants, which we know are fairly dry, but we would certainly do that, have a competitive process.
Well, I just want to be good caretakers of the public's money. And there's a part of me that says if this country is trying to get itself out of the hole and federal funding becomes available, we need to be ready to jump on that as a way of, jump starting the economy again. Thanks.
Sure.
Mr. Conkle, is there any way we can check in with our federal folks and see if there is any federal funding out there, or they anticipate with the new administration coming in trying to help communities with regard to infrastructure? I've heard things, but nothing I can pinpoint.
Yeah, we could certainly try to see, you know, I'm sure that between John and Patty follow, I mean, you know, there are specific organizations that follow potential funding that's going to come through. I have heard discussions of water infrastructure funding becoming available. But to what extent, I don't know. We could try to reach out to Representative Schrader's office and see what they know.
The reason I say that, Tony, is because I'm a member of other organizations that have kind of queued up potential projects to be ready to present if those kind of federal assistance programs become available. So a first in line might be first to get it.
Yeah, almost shovel ready type of situation.
Exactly. Yeah.
One option I just want to throw out is, you know, maybe we ask the voters about allowing for debt, right? The debt option. And maybe that's a step one. But I'm just throwing that out. That seems to be, you know, to be able to be considered for a number of these and how it influences the rates. It seems like that being able to even pursue them would be step one. But Matt, maybe you have a different idea.
Well, I'm not a political strategist. However, I would look to Carrie and Bill to advise on how to structure that. It could get, I mean, there's obviously some legal restrictions around how you write ballot measures and combine issues, but you know, and there's a messaging piece as well. So how is that going to? Obviously, someone's going to ask the question, if we're incurring debt, how are you going to pay for it? So there's definitely a conversation we had there. So
One thing.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, well, I mean, so we had kind of hoped for you know, a May election. That seems tight. And I know it's tight to be successful. The most important thing is we want to be successful, whatever we ask. And so, you know, there's a couple other options on the table there, but it seems like we need to be able to make a decision and put that into a ballot measure pretty quickly in order to be on any of the elections this year. So I just, you know, I agree there's lots of funding options. You could package this several different ways, but we've spent a lot of time with FCS Group looking at this, recognizing that the direction we got from the commission was keep those rates low, and you know, let's you know, be careful what we ask our, you know, folks for, especially in times like this. So we've tried to honor that, and I think we have, you know, two real good scenarios. I'm hearing some comfort with a debt scenario in that ask, and we still need some additional rate to be able to pay down that debt, right? Because there's, you know, debt fees as well. No better time than now that I know of. I've not ever seen rates anywhere near where they're at today, and maybe Matt could you know, put a thumbs up for that at least, because, you know, now's the time to borrow money. And so, you know, that's the other thing is Tony made a really good point, is that, you know, having that money front loaded even in chunks, if we can do it in small chunks, which I understand we can with that voter approval, we, you know, take reasonable bites at that apple, and then, you know, go back. We could do that too. We want to make sure we can deliver on time and on budget on these projects, and that takes resources as well. So I think it's more a question of timing. Is at this point, Patty, what were the options for you know, a ballot measure and making sure that we're hearing?
Are you still seeing my screen?
No.
Oh,
Oh, let's see here. Oh, now you're seeing it. I don't know how that went down. Yeah, there we go. Natty said, so these are the election schedules. Katie helped put these together. So for May 18th election, we'd have to have a ballot measure approved February 3rd. And as John mentioned, that's pretty aggressive right now. And then September 21st, we'd be looking at having a ballot measure in April. And then November 2nd would be August 4th. And so if we did do a September or November, it gives us a little more time to communicate out to the community the benefits, right, of what we're trying to propose. That's the benefit I see of maybe waiting till September.
Yeah, I would agree that we can't really shoot for May. One, we have, I think a lot of this is going to be strategy and how to deal with the park situation, and this situation and others. And I think part of that conversation will come at our goals retreat. I also think though, in addition to that, even though we want to move fairly quickly, we are not a full commission. So we don't know yet who our mayor is going to be, or if we may have an additional commissioner. So I think that I would want kind of their final input too, before we actually went forwards, which I think theoretically could happen on the September timeline. Commissioner Rachel Lyle-Smith.
Thank you. So I would like to consider the November 2nd election schedule, mainly because of COVID, and I think we need to give our city time to recover from COVID. I don't think it would go over very well with businesses that are struggling and community, and a lot of our residents still trying to get on their feet. I think by the earliest time where we need to approve the ballot measure in August, I'm really hoping by then that things are recovering and with the vaccinations and things start returning a little bit more toward normal, where folks may have a better appetite for this. And I agree with the goals, everything you said, Commissioner Smith. But anyway, that would be my preference. I know we kind of hate to put it off, but that's my main driver for putting it off. Is I just think I want to support our community, and I don't think it will go over very well because of COVID and the struggles that some folks are still going through right now.
Commissioner McGriff.
Yeah, I also support the November 2nd, and two of the reasons that I do. Reason number one is I think it's going to be more cost effective if we go on a regular ballot. I think September 21st is, yes, there are things that go on it, but it would cost us more, and I want to be fiscally responsible about the charges for elections, since we've had to pay for 2 of them already in the last 6 months. So that's one reason. The second reason is I would concur with Commissioner Lyle-Smith that the community needs to be taken into consideration with what we're going through right now. I think also that we need time. So I'm not looking at putting it off. I just think the timing is better. And I think we'll have some other answers to these questions that we have regarding, as you say, bond rates. I agree they haven't been this low for municipalities, and we should definitely strike while the iron is hot, because they may go up. And I think that we also need to do a little more discussion at our retreat. Plus, I think some of the community survey, I think those results will be coming back or are back. And I think there may be something that will inform us in that. And I would like to see that as well.
Commissioner O'Donnell, do you have input on election schedule?
You're muted.
I'm trying to get it unmuted. For all the reasons previously stated by my fellow commissioners, I would be supportive of the November 2nd date.
So Commissioner Smith, I think it also gives us more time to get it right.
Yes.
But that's what I'm looking at. It's not a delay. We have more time to do a little wordsmithing, a little crafting, get it to exactly where we want it.
Yeah.
And outreach. I think we have to consider what our communication strategy is and the outreach and presentations. I mean, we saw the public safety vote that failed, and it was, the money was there, and money wasn't even an issue. It was a miscommunication. So we wanted to be successful. I agree with you. I think we need the time, but I thought of that about the outreach component that I forgot to say. I'm surprised Commissioner McGriff didn't say it.
So
Yeah, I said it. I said the outreach. We need the time for the outreach.
So it sounds like there's consensus around November. So if it's a November election, that means we're comfortable with the debt option.
Okay.
Now it's targeted at 4% on the annual increase. I heard, trying to get an idea of what bond rates are, trying to get some idea if there's federal funding coming. But are we in agreement to start moving forward with crafting ballot measure and communication plan for a rate increase of 4% over 6 years, realizing it might tweak, but that's kind of where we're comfortable heading? 1, 2.
Wow, I like the voting online. That's cool.
We're not voting.
Yeah.
We're not voting.
We're just we're communicating without talking.
This is the
Not
first-
voting.
Yeah.
That reaction is yes, not voting. Okay, I'll do that one instead.
Oh, I like that.
Or is there more information needed? Or are we going in the right direction here?
Commissioner Rocky
Put it
Smith,
in the right direction.
you haven't really said anything on this. I mean, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of am leaning that direction. I would like to, I definitely know that our staff at South Fork is probably tuning into this and wouldn't mind getting some input from them as well. But I think in terms of the options that have been brought to us, the debt option's probably more appropriate at this time. We did get some emails from the public too as well. Hopefully everyone read those, looked at those. Commissioner O'Donnell, did you have something else to add to that?
Well, no, I read them. I think, we've talked about the communications and the outreach piece. I think we start putting the thought out there, say that initially this is how we're intend to approach it. We are continuing exploring other options that may allow us to keep the rate at or below what we're proposing, and we'll keep you advised. And I think it just needs to be the start of a conversation, so it's not just dropped on somebody at the last minute, like our 1996 event. So,
Well,
Okay.
I think also that we can't just accept a no. We need to understand, you're saying no, but do you understand what the alternate scenario is as well? So,
Right.
well, I think the piece that if we can get approval of this, it allows us to go after that WIFIA funding and what that impact would be. I think that's an important piece that needs to be explained. And I don't know how significant that impact will be, and maybe it's not, but let's explore it.
So the Trail News article that is coming out in a few months or a month, I tried to highlight some of those benefits. So that's one step, but obviously we need to do more communication.
Commissioner Lasmith?
Thank you. I would like to see that list of projects that would be completed if we go down this road.
I guess the last thing I will, and this has already been mentioned, but I my hesitancy, has to do with my hesitancy on all of the last major topics that we've had, because at some point I really believed that the voters were going to start saying no. And we have brought so many different projects to the voters. And, we still haven't really, fine-tuned our mission and plan for how we're going to deal with the parks situation. And so I think it's hard for me to completely, fully go ahead on this unless we see how that balance works of these two things together. How are we actually going to deal with them both, in the foreseeable future? So I think that's what I'm struggling with, because they're both crucial and both things that we don't want one to necessarily cause the neglect of the other. So I think how we strategize those together in some way or moving forward so they don't defeat each other, I think is really important. And I don't know that we will really have that ability to have that dialogue until our goals session.
Okay, well, I think at least I feel like, Tony, you wrapped it up, but I feel like I've got clear enough direction that we'll be looking at crafting a ballot measure with the 4% increase with the debt scenario. That would be for the November election. And in the meantime, in addition to working on some language, we're going to be researching some different, what are the bond rates, I guess, and working on a communication plan so that we can communicate why we need the money and where the money is going, as well as provide a list of the projects that this will be funding.
As well as the federal funding opportunities that'll be coming potentially through water infrastructure, as well as that federal loan. I mean, they must have some standard rate that goes along with that loan. I realize it's competitive, but I'm sure that they loan it out at a set rate.
They do.
Yeah.
And I can counter that. I can work with.
We can get
with
that
Matt.
as well. I worry that there's obviously the lowest rate we can get the best, right? You just wonder though, the spreads are getting pretty narrow nowadays with where these are at, but it'll be good to know where those are and what those opportunities are.
Okay.
Yes, and they're usually at least I don't know about this with you, but any federally funded project that we've kind of pursued, we've tried to find ways to do the money exchange just because of the administrative load that comes with them. So there may be that too, Tony. I think we should look into that as well.
Okay.
But this has been very informative.
Mhm.
I appreciate the openness. I understand the constraints, and I think Patty can do wonders with what she's got tonight.
It's been very helpful.
When is the Trail News article coming out?
I think it's like February 16th or something like that.
Okay, so it's just around the corner then.
Yeah, and I wanted to make sure that we talked about financing in case we went to May, right? Didn't talk about bonding. We just talked about how water infrastructure is financed.
Okay. I think the timing for that is good, and hopefully it also goes out on the e-blasts in addition to the pamphlet copy.
Mhm. Okay, I've got,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
thank you.
All right, we're on to number 4, review of the City Commission rules of procedure and commission policies. That is City Recorder Katie Riggs.
Before she gets started, could we have like a 5-minute break?
I'm good with that.
Everybody else okay with that?
All right, so let's say 8:40. We'll meet back at 8:40. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, we're on break.
So is McGriff's hand perpetually up?
Yeah, it is.
On some of the other Zoom platforms, it goes down after you ask your question. This one obviously doesn't do that.
Have any children or grandchildren that can help you with this?
Well, to tell you the truth, I was a little concerned when Patty said that she had broken in Matt, and I thought, please, we just got him. I don't want him to be broken.
Okay, I was waiting for Commissioner Lyle Smith. Is she on here yet? Don't see.
She's listed in the attendees, but that doesn't mean anything at this point. Neither camera or audio. So
Should we start or?
We have a quorum.
All right, let's get going. We're like it's 8:42. So we were moving to, oh, there she is. We're moving to review of commission rules of procedure and commission policies. Katie Riggs, City Recorder.
Thank you, Commission President and Commissioners. Tonight, we're giving you the opportunity to review the City Commission Rules of Procedure and also even though I said there was 8 policies, there's actually 10 policies for review. Now would be the time to make any changes to those or let staff know if there's any edits or changes you wanted to take a look at, or just a review of those and making sure you're aware of them. And we do this typically annually.
Okay, so I wonder how, I made a couple notes, but I wonder how many other people have notes or comments, or if we should just go through each commissioner, or should we go through each policy individually, see if anyone has any comments on that, or how do we want to approach this?
Yeah, I'll say I have comments probably on a lot of them. And I think for efficiency's sake, maybe if we all like run through it together, and anybody who has any comments on a section go through, because otherwise we're repeating, starting at the beginning of the document and going back through it multiple times.
Okay, so section by section then?
sure.
Policy
That's
by
what I think.
policy.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so we'll start with City Commission Rules of Procedure, the first PDF. One of my own, I'll start off, I guess, on a couple comments that just stuck out with me. One, I made a note of references to the specifics on recordings, and I just wanted to, basically a lot of things happened in the last year that brought up questions. I want to just make sure that we have a backup recording. Now we knew in the issue that we had where the meeting was ended prematurely that we had a camera up in the ceiling. I'm curious about, the ability to not be in the situation where we don't have a backup of, minutes or recordings. I think in the scenario that we went through, we ended up having essentially what we needed. But so that was one thing that was a question. The other piece on this first part where it comes to attendance, there is a reference here to attendance, and there's a reference to the procedure that a commissioner would take in order to miss a meeting. There's also a reference to compelling attendance, but that is only when there's a lack of a quorum. My concern is in the event that a city commissioner is not in attendance for a frequent amount of time, and there's not a, real compelling reason in terms of illness or something else, that I worry the commission doesn't have the ability to compel the attendance of someone that's missed, 5, 6, 10 months of meetings. And clearly that was an issue with our mayor missing massive amounts of meetings. And we really had no ability as a commission to address that. And so I don't know what the, ability for the commission to really address that issue is, if there is any, but that was one of the other things that I think that came up in reading through that. So I'll leave it at that, see what other commissioners have to say, and then we'll have a conversation about it. Who has issues in this? Commissioner Lousmith.
Thanks. So to comment on what you just said, I agree with you. I think it became a problem. And I remember asking City Manager Conkle and our attorney if we had any leg to stand on. And I think we ended up having the situation where the one meeting in October where I left and went on vacation, and the mayor stepped in because I was going to be absent. That was enough time in there, according to, I believe, what's in our charter, to actually make it where, sorry, I planned that vacation a long time in advance. So we didn't have a leg to stand on, but I think there's language in our charter. And I think with the with the investigation that we did, it proved that our rules of procedure don't really have any legal basis or any ability for us to actually do anything other than what we kind of went through the disciplinary procedures that we had authority to do. So my initial, I understand where you're going. That may be a charter revision item.
Chapter section 31, what creates a vacancy of the charter. In the case of a mayor or commissioner, upon their absence from the city for 30 days without the consent of the commission, or upon their absence from meetings of the commission for 60 days without like consent. So those are the standards outlined in the charter.
What's the penalty for the latter that you quoted, Tony?
I think at that point, it looks like the commission could move to declare a vacancy of that position. In office, so this is what the title of that section was what creates a vacancy.
Mm-hmm.
So an office shall be deemed vacant upon the incumbent's death, adjudicated incompetence, conviction of a felony, other offense pertaining to the office, or unlawful destruction of public record, resignation, recall, or ceasing to possess the qualifications for the office upon the failure of the person elected or appointed to the office to qualify, therefore within 10 days after the time of their term of office to commence, or in the case of a mayor or commissioner upon their absence from the city for 30 days without the consent of the commission, or upon their absence from meetings of the commission for 60 days without like consent, and upon a declaration by the commission of the vacancy.
I like that as a starting point, but I think it needs to be refined. I mean, you could be gone for 45 days, show up, or 59 days and show up, and the clock starts again.
And we had that.
Pardon me?
We had that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we need to look at the total absences in a given time period.
Yeah, I think this is a conversation for
the
tech charter revisions.
Okay, more comments on this?
Do we want to just start at the top of the document? Because I have comments kind of.
Yeah, go ahead.
So in section 1, I thought the last sentence was interesting because I went back through this document and I feel like it only applies to the commission. It says it's designed to apply to all city boards, committees, and commissions where appropriate, but I could not see anywhere in this document where it wasn't talking about the commission. And so Katie, or I'm not sure if you know or anybody else knows in an area, but anyway, I couldn't find it. We don't have to resolve it necessarily at this moment, but and it's even titled City Commission Procedure. So I'm not sure why that sentence is in there.
And and this may be a whole nother topic too that we have to discuss, but the reason I mean, that's the way I always thought it meant. That's what I thought it always applied to everything. Problem is then also when the city commission created the separate document, which is the guidelines and the policy manual, or well, not policy manual, this guideline manual for boards. And the fact that the investigator didn't think that that applied to the commission, when I know we made that specifically for the commission, and it applies to all. And so I really think we need to be careful when we say that, you know, a city board, committee, commission, it's all the same thing. There is no difference between those in these documents that we've created. And so, you know, wherever that's unclear, we need to fix it, because that manual that we created separate from this document was very blatantly for the commission, because I remember us putting that into place, but because it only said boards, the investigator didn't think it applied. So, I mean, this conversation could be a charter conversation. It could be a manual policy, manual discussion, and some of these policies, because I think they all are intertwined, and there's a lot of issues that we need to fix.
Well, I guess I would just say, go ahead, Denise.
I want us to start with the policies and procedures. And if we have to pass that by resolution, that these apply to everybody, because I thought they did too. I'm not even sure where the term says where appropriate.
Right.
Yeah, well, even if I look at sections that may apply to like the planning commission, say quasi judicial land use hearings, number 1 starts off the commission. And to me, well, the very beginning sentence in section 1 says, when it says commission, it says it's talking about the city commission. It's defined in the opening sentence. So I'm confused by that sentence. I don't think it applies to this document. It may be that other documents need clarifying sentences, but if someone can point out to me, when you read this document, if it applies to other boards and commissions, it does not read that way. So anyway, that's my thoughts on that one.
I think you just lost me, Commissioner Lyle Smith. We're not talking about the commission policy and procedure number 1. Are we talking about
No,
the procedure that
we're talking about
2019?
We're talking about the city commission rules of procedure. And
That's dated 2019.
I don't know about the date.
At the bottom of the page.
May 1st, 2019.
Right, that's the one I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm good.
We're
That's
all
what I
looking at
thought
the
we were
same
talking
thing.
about, so.
Yes, that document that Katie just pulled up.
So yeah, that last sentence needs
The
to
last sentence, yeah.
be dealt with.
So dealt with meaning removed?
No,
Well, no, I mean, my opinion is that the rules should apply to all these committees and commissions regardless.
yeah.
If
not
that's the
where
case, then
appropriate.
Yeah.
if that's the case, that opening sentence needs to change.
Right.
Like I said, I don't read this as applying, because if we're talking about the retreat, we're talking about orders of our committee. Are you saying the planning commission needs to follow this? Like, I couldn't find anything in here that was specific to another board or committee that we were expecting them to abide by. But if you guys say that it applies, then
Well, that's probably why it says where appropriate, because for
Yeah.
instance,
Where appropriate.
for instance, you know, meeting places, I assume we would want, you know, some of those things to apply.
okay, well, we can move on from that.
Yeah,
But it has to be addressed somehow. Okay, next.
Well, I don't have anything until page 1, 2, there's not page numbers on this. Oh, there it is, page 3. Addressing staff, which is G. I thought that there should be maybe a sentence that that we can address legal counsel. It's being very, very specific about who we can talk to.
Yeah.
We should address questions. And because of that level of specificity, I feel like it says staff person presenting agenda, or the city manager. I think it should include our legal counsel.
I agree.
You clarify that for me. If we had a question, like there was a point where the former mayor addressed a question direct to council, knowing that our council reports to the city manager, that would have served as a filter, which we weren't able to use. So maybe I didn't understand your statement, Commissioner Miles Smith.
Well, I don't feel like we follow this rule as it states right now. So I'm changing the text to make it, match what we say. And I'm not talking about where the mayor did his line of questioning to Bill Kavaisman. That we all agree that that was out of line and that was an anomaly. So think about our normal commission meetings. This says that we shall address questions to staff through the staff person presenting the agenda item or the city manager only. And we currently, if we have a question, we say, Carrie or Bill, or I'd like to ask a question of the city attorney. So I guess City Manager Conkle, how you're correct. The city attorney doesn't report to us. So I just don't feel like we're following our rules. So.
But this does not address the judge either, which, is directly reporting to us as well.
Well, maybe Mr. Conkle has some thoughts on this particular section. I mean, we could.
Yeah, I just asked him, what do you think? Should we ask questions of legal counsel through you? Can we ask this question? I usually ask it to you and then you turn to them.
That's what I think.
I don't, we're talking about commissioners at commission meetings. Shall
Right.
questions or requests of staff to the staff person presenting the agenda item or the city manager, all other requests of staff must go through the city manager.
All other.
Yes, the different, I mean, when I read this, I guess if we're talking about a land use hearing or an appeal, the city recorder is part of the city attorney is part of the staff associated with that item. All other requests of staff. When I think about that, I think of tasking staff with something to do.
Right.
It's not questions that you're saying.
It doesn't say all other questions of staff must go through. It says all
requests.
I'm not sure, when I want to differentiate between trying to have a good productive discussion at a commission meeting, trying to get to an answer versus the commission or a commissioner directing staff what to do. I think those are two different things. When I think of request, I think of requesting some product, I'm not sure.
So maybe.
I think
So
what you're saying.
This language says both. It says we shall address questions or requests of staff to the staff person presenting or the city manager. So I agree. It says both. So maybe it's that request for staff to do tasks, which is that request of staff should go through city manager. I don't have a problem with that.
The all other request, the other, I think of that as other outside of things on the agenda.
Yeah, because it says at commission meetings for the first two sentences. So if I was to request that Chief Band put together a list of all these houses and businesses that aren't connected to the sewer, that would be another request.
No, I understand that. But if you look at the words before the very first sentence, before the word or, it says commissioners at commissioner meetings shall address questions. So I read that as not request. We are addressing questions.
Right.
Or requests of staff. So to me, it's an inclusionary.
Goes through the staff person presenting the agenda item. So John and Patty and
You guys were discussing this at this level of specificity, but because
I get it.
I feel like we're splitting hairs, but.
Well, I like the way Tony phrased it. It's almost like all of the requests to assign tasks to staff must go through the city manager. Because Tony's been in that place many times when he's had to ask, is that the will of the commission? So we go through Tony, he calls for the will of the commission, and then we have direction.
I agree with you. I just don't think that's what that paragraph says. So
How would you propose to modify it then?
I think it can be much simpler. Commissioners at commissioner meetings that wish to request staff to perform, to conduct whatever, however we want to word that, need to request city manager.
What about all other requests for items not on the agenda must go through the city manager? I mean, to me, staff, if it's on the agenda, we're here to help you get through it, right?
Exactly.
Sure, that works. Broad enough.
I'm gonna leave it. It doesn't bother me that much.
I like your choice of words, Tony. It's broad enough and it works without being too explicit.
Okay, the next edit I had was in,
Well, before you pass that, I was going to ask about the one before, which is F.
okay,
It was just before G.
Usually is.
It is. So obviously, again, we've had a problem with this in the past, and it was, I guess the question comes at what if you're not recognized by the presiding officer?
Again, what is the penalty? Is that what we're asking?
No, I'm not looking for a penalty.
what happens?
The commission, I believe, in here.
And we asked the other commissioners if they support.
You guys, the commission has the right to overrule the presiding officer.
Okay, then I'm good.
Well, I'm trying to find it because we used it.
Yeah,
Would that be a point of order, Tony? Do you call point?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
it's in there. It's an appeal. It's called the appeal process or.
Something like that. I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, I just,
Points of order, the presiding officer with the advice of the attorney shall determine all procedures subject to the right of any commissioner to appeal to the commission. If an appeal is taken, the question shall the action proposed by the presiding officer be sustained? Let's see, looks like I'm in section,
yeah.
section 4D.
Yeah.
Yep, it's there.
I think that was the way for the commission as a whole to make a determination whether a request, if it was denied, was reasonable.
We used that when Commissioner Smith
Yes,
asked us to start the meeting.
right.
That got stopped.
So we didn't have an opportunity to override it. I don't know where it would go, but this reminded me of we're talking about, citizen comments, and that comes later. I don't want to see the citizen comments section of a meeting being used for any other purpose than citizen comments. We're not there to react. We're not there to rebut. We're not there to dispute. We're not there to argue. We're there to be listening. And it's very clear in here to me that that's what that says.
I would agree with that.
Couldn't hear you, Commissioner Lyle Smith. Did you say you agreed or did not agree?
You
I said
you agreed.
I do agree.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Denise, if you're proposing changes to that section.
Well, there's another section further on that I think it gets to that. Yeah, that section right there where, that's you, Katie, manipulating that? Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would underline, does not engage.
We have followed that, the asking of clarifying questions with the presiding officer's permission.
Yeah.
That's not what happened.
Well,
Had soapboxing going on.
It says does not generally engage. I think all of us, we've had times where we have engaged public commenters.
But I'd say generally we don't, so.
Yeah.
Okay,
I lost my place. Sorry.
Okay, where are we? Who has?
We're on we should be on page 4.
Three.
Rachel?
Oh, sorry, 3. It says
Still on
that city
3?
commission, yeah, just because it says city commission chambers, it provides the address of city hall. And I hope that at some point we're gonna move to
Want
it.
to change that?
So I just don't think it's needed. We could just say city commission chambers
Chambers.
address.
Period. Yeah,
So simple edit.
yeah, that's fine.
Wherever we lay our hats.
Wherever we meet. In section C, there's an extra word, and the word commission is extra it's under work sessions.
Under work sessions?
Of each month, commission. That's a typo, I think. So we changed, my question here is for the group. We changed this last time to allow testimony, may allow testimony from the public at work sessions. And I like the language that we put in there. And but this document is super specific about who's doing what. And so my question is, who decides when we will take testimony? Because that piece is not in here. And I think it's important since we're laying out roles, and we go over presiding officer a little bit down about different roles. So is it the majority of the commission needs to agree that we're gonna have public testimony, or is it the presiding officer?
I think it
I
should be.
believe, it looks like it says the commission may allow testimony from the public at work sessions.
Yeah, so that would be the majority.
Yeah, I take exception with the word testimony because we're asking for
Not testimony.
information. They're not there to testify on an issue. They have information that might, as it says, might provide factual information. So I don't look at that as testimony. I would
It's public comment.
may allow factual comments from the public at work sessions, which will provide additional information, expert testimony, or expertise or professional opinion that will inform and educate. I don't want to get it confused between testifying at a public hearing and participating in a discussion at a work session, because we're not there to take testimony. We're there to get information. And I would like to propose that we don't restrict it, that until we should allow for people to come and talk to us until we say, no, we're not, we're not. I mean, in order to be open, I think we should say that we will allow it as needed or something like that, not as, not trying to decide every meeting whether we're going to take the test, take the comment or not. If somebody if somebody has the, gumption to come to a work session, either in person or on Zoom, and they have information for us, I think that we should, we should be open to hearing it. But
I realize that all the commission is in agreement in this. I'm just going to push back that this is your time, your work session.
I understand, but sometimes
there are multiple ways that people can provide information to the commission. And my only, one of my concerns is that as we're in, when you take comment or expert witness or whatever, it does create a record issue, in my opinion. We've done a pretty good job. Most of this has not been quasi-judicial land use related, but I would argue that even during legislative, if we're creating that file and we're taking comments at a work session while that file is open, it is part of the record.
That's why I'm trying to get around the testimony word, because
it doesn't, we call it whatever it wants, but if we're talking about something that's land use.
The terms mean two different things, but if you're still talking about it and using them where it could become testimony, then it's problematic. Even if our intent is for it to be public comment and not testimony. So I think we should leave it the way it is. I think the word testimony should be changed to either factual comments or just comments, because I agree, it's not testimony, it's public comment.
So we'll move towards comments. I'm not sure we want to debate whether it's factual or not.
Actual, yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to get into that, but I mean, we're talking about, 3 minutes. Not everybody's going to be able to put all their thoughts down on a piece of paper, and half the time it comes in at the last minute and,
This isn't that situation. This came up because when we have a presentation to talk about a subject and a subject matter expert is in the room, for example, it came up when Jerry Herman was in the room, and we wanted to hear from Jerry Herman, who was sitting there. That's not general public comment. This is specifically to provide helpful information from a subject matter expert or someone with acute knowledge on a particular subject that we're talking about that's on our agenda that we would like to invite to come up. This makes that a lot. Otherwise, it's not public comment.
yes, they should be invited. I agree. I mean, I think of a particular situation, me personally, where I was there on an issue involving revocable permits along the top of Waterboard Park. And I was aware that there was a trail along there that was in the comp plan. And the person that was leading the meeting did not allow me to speak. And I was going to give information saying, yes, there is a trail there.
Right, but I think the wording where it says the commission may is fine, and that can be determined by the majority of the commission at that time if we feel like that's needed. If it's not, I mean, I don't necessarily want it an opening that derails every commission
No,
meeting.
It's not on everything. It's only on what we're talking about. It can't be off something random.
Right, well, that's why the commission may allow, and we can determine that at the time. If it's something that's needed and applicable to the conversation, I think that's fine.
Okay.
I don't know if we lost Frank or what. All right, are we good on that?
Yep.
You didn't lose me.
So,
I was listening.
Okay, good.
You were glowing.
so if I'm the only one that has comments, we can skip ahead to page
No.
5.
Oh, okay. I don't have any more on this, I don't think.
I think the only thing I'd point out under retreat, in addition, at the retreat, the city department head shall give an annual department update addressing current and future projects for the department. While I think we're not gonna, I think we've had this discussion about at the retreat coming up, we're gonna change that up a little bit to allow more time for the commissioners to have, discussion and about their goals that they'd like to see.
Can we just eliminate that sentence? I thought it was very specific.
Yeah, it's a little bit odd.
Everything in here is.
I think at the time it was just kind of clarifying what we were doing at the moment.
I actually have edits for that paragraph, but in the interest of time, I was going to move on. But since we're there,
Go for it.
I was going to change that. So where the sentence that says, in addition, at the retreat, chop off that beginning and just say, city department heads may give an annual department update as determined by the city manager.
Yeah, I think that's a little cleaner. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah.
We're gonna, depending on how this retreat goes, this might, obviously change a little bit as well.
And I thought, since we're making edits, the first sentence which says the purpose of setting commission goals, I thought it would be nice to say and priorities. We're setting goals and priorities.
I had that as well.
Yeah.
I thought about this a lot for the upcoming retreat, and I want to see how the departmental projects blend with the commission goals. And I wasn't sure what order they should be presented. If each department gave a brief summary about here's the projects that we have prioritized, and then the commission, speaks about their goals, or if we do that in reverse order and how each of those works in support of the other. That's just about how the programming of the retreat. So either way would work.
I don't have anything else till page 5. And I'm just trying to address where we say multiple times city commission chamber or city hall. I was trying to make this document more flexible and usable for wherever we're at. So I was wondering if we could change it there's multiple times it's referenced to maybe meeting facility or building, something a little more, wherever we're meeting, I think this preservation of order applies.
I'll go through and do a cleanup on that, and I'll
Yeah.
bring back a red line version for
Okay,
the commission to review.
that would be perfect.
I thought that, when I read that, I thought, okay, this is making sure that people can find us. Where are you? Chambers, City Hall, somewhere else? Do we actually have a sergeant at arms, or is that Chief Band?
Oh, it's in here somewhere.
No, I see it, but do we actually have one?
It's the chief.
I assumed it was the chief.
God, he's got a lot of duties.
Yes.
Plumbing, drinking glasses, all kinds of.
Okay, the next page, page 6, under agenda, the second paragraph, I think that should say each agenda item typically includes a staff report, not a commission report. Is that a typo? We're calling it staff report.
We've historically referred to them as commission reports, but
Oh, okay.
What number are you on?
In A,
Oh, in A, section 5.
paragraph, it says includes a commission report. Well, they all say staff reports in all of our documents that Katie posted, so I was confused by that.
I think at one point,
Reports.
It's old language, but
yeah, I think at one point that changed from commission report to staff report. The problem that is caused some of the time is that the land use or planning actually does do staff reports for their facts and findings. And then we do staff reports for the commission. And so sometimes it gets a little confusing, but yes, I can change the language in here to be staff report.
It doesn't, it's not a huge deal to me. I just read it and was like, oh, that doesn't look right. I think that's a typo, but whatever you guys think.
or it could say includes a report to the commission or something like that.
Oh, yeah. Just eliminate it altogether.
Well, Smith, could you back up just one page to the bottom of 5 on, I forgot I wrote a note down here where it says D, points of order.
Yep.
I don't know what the first sentence before the comma means. Presiding officer with the advice of the city attorney shall determine all procedures. Are we talking about Robert's Rules of Order? What?
yes. Yeah, the city attorney it helps out with the Robert's Rules of Order.
Okay, that's why I said I thought, what procedures are we talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, y'all ready to move on?
Yes.
The next page, agenda and order of business. So item C is order of business. And this is where I've had some conversations with Tony and Katie about this. And so I want to throw this idea out there. Number 3, we lump ceremonies, proclamations, and presentations. And if you think about our last meeting, my proposal was to remove the word presentations and move presentations to somewhere else and just make ceremonies and proclamations in number 3. And my reason is because I feel really badly about making citizen comments, making citizens wait, like in our last meeting, over an hour and a half to give citizen comment because we slipped an ODOT presentation in there. And we only put it there because our order of procedure says presentation. So that's where it has to go.
Well, let's put it after number 4 and make it number 5 so that the citizen comments come first.
That's what I would like to do.
I agree with that.
So can we make 3 ceremonies and proclamations, 4 citizen comments, and then we'll insert a new one that would be presentations.
You know,
I don't have a problem with that. So then it just move the numbering down. So we've got
Right.
5, 6 is 7, and 7 is 8.
Yeah.
And 8 is 9 and so forth.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
I agree with that. I think not only what is on the agenda for a given evening, but the order of the agenda is critical because sometimes it seems like we save the most complex product for last, and by that time we're in the late hours of the evening. So whomsoever determines the order of the agenda needs to be conscious of, let's take the difficult things up front where everybody's fresh and rested, and come the 10 o'clock hour, we're not trying to deal with some complex issue.
The challenge, so the city manager determines what's going on the agenda, and the challenge with that is he's following our order of business that's laid out in this document. Because trust me, he and I had this conversation. I was like, I got ideas. I think we can make this, improve this. And he's like, you can't make those changes. and I was like, oh darn. I was like, I have some great ideas, but yeah.
I'm just saying that within the subject of general business, when we start talking about things, we should prioritize the most difficult first. I'm not saying.
Yeah, we can try and do a little better job of that. The one other thing I think would be something to consider too is if we would move the consent agenda, because it's a little clunky.
Put it up there further.
Yeah, because it's like, okay, I think we've done a better job of adopting the agenda at the beginning. Like historically, we've adopted the agenda, we've got the consent, and we've pulled things off. So we've got people waiting around, specifically consultants, waiting to see if something's going to get pulled off the consent agenda at the end of the night. So either agree that if we're gonna pull it off, we pull it off at the adoption of the agenda so that I can cut people loose, or if people are waiting because there's something on the consent agenda, they know that, okay, we're good, or pull it up. And then, if it's got to be pulled, then we just put it on the general business, which would be next in line or two after public hearings. But then once we get through the consent, those people who have items on there know they don't have to worry about hanging around till the end to just get it approved real quick. That's just,
Well, and that's also our ability to change the order. If a commissioner thinks that one topic is going to be a focal point, that's the time right there to call that out and bring it forward and deal with it first if the majority of the commission wants to do that. So that's when we do it.
Yeah, I was thinking there's something in here somewhere that declares where those things that are pulled from the consent agenda have to go. I think it was really specific, but I can't seem to find it at the moment. So are you proposing, Tony, that we actually follow what the rules and procedures say, or that we move the consent agenda up on that?
well, it seems like it could fit in right after adoption of the agenda, because you're either or not right then.
Yeah.
So let's say we got 5 consent agenda items, you want to pull one off. So at adoption of the agenda, you pull it off and it goes under general business. And then you adopt the rest, you approve the rest of the consent agenda and you can move on. I mean, it should be a pretty quick step.
And we can decide where in the general agenda that pulled off items should fall.
Right. If you want it, 7B or 7F, wherever. Yeah.
So Commissioner Lyle Smith, on B, we're under consent agenda. That last sentence says
there it is.
removed.
Yep.
Items removed for separate consideration will be considered immediately following the approval of the consent agenda. So we need to get rid of that sentence if we're going to change the order of where we address those.
Yeah, and we haven't done that. Like, at least when I was leading, I was doing it. I'll say I was not following our procedures. I would remove something from the consent agenda and I just put it in the general business list, which is not what this says.
Well, I don't have any problem with it being into the general business. I think that's where it should go.
Yeah, I think we just need to remove that sentence. I think
I think that's the simplest thing.
I was like, I know I read it, but I couldn't find it.
Yeah.
Did you find it? Do you know where we're talking about? Whoever taking notes.
It's under
where is it?
B, consent agenda, last sentence. Section 5B.
Oh, section 5.
Oh, the other direction.
Yep.
It's on page 6. Keep going. Right there. Consent agenda.
Last sentence, yeah.
Mhm.
Perfect. Thanks.
So kind of
That
that
should
last
come out.
sentence, items removed for
Yeah, just remove it.
subdivision will be considered, will be placed on the general business.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's okay.
All right.
Katie, stop. Before you go too far, I saw one thing I forgot to call out. On the top of page 7, this is going to be my IT hat, that page you're on right there. You see the last sentence in the second paragraph? It's talking about the citizens' external electronic data devices. Can you remove the word normally? We should not be permitting any external electronic devices to be plugged into city equipment without being screened for viruses or malware. I mean, as much as we trust our regular, this says normally be permitted, and you're welcome to run that by IT if you like, but I think they will not be permitted. That's my recommendation.
As long as, yeah, and I tend to agree, as long as we're all in agreement that when somebody shows up with last minute thumb drive because they didn't give it to us in time, we're all going to be comfortable saying sorry. I mean, I agree. I'm
Yeah, I'm okay with
ready to
that.
plug flash drives into our system.
No, I'm okay with that.
I agree with that too.
It's unfortunate, but we just shouldn't be taking that security risk. It's unlikely, but it's a security risk. It's an open door that we're allowing if we allow it to be there.
Okay, where are we at now?
I'm at the top of page 8, which is in that communications section. On that A, that city manager presents his or report at this point in the meeting. I wanted to see what you guys thought, and maybe this isn't the time to bring it up, but I kind of feel like that if the city manager is bringing a substantive item, that there should be like a 1-page report or some type of document. That we've had a couple of times where it was kind of like, I kind of feel like there needed to be a report, and we've had to follow up afterwards and say, can you add that to the record, or can you, but maybe it can wait.
Do you have like an example? This is city manager communication, you mean, or?
Yeah, and normally he's reporting, hey, there's things coming up, there's a meeting coming up, or I wanted you to know about this, or I wanted you to know about that. But there have been a couple of times this year where he's actually brought what I felt like was more like substantial items, or even it was passed to a staff member to give a substantial item. And I don't feel like we're necessarily being transparent with the public when something of substance is coming. I'm trying to think of one that came up that I know I specifically asked Katie if she could add to the public record, a document that got passed out or shown. We can leave it. It's late. We can go. It's not a big deal.
So I think, this was something that the commissioners brought up. I think I've tried to get I've tried to at least create some document. I think what you're referring to might have been the map that we created for Upper Waterboard Park, if I'm recalling.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think the other side of it is that, there are times when I feel like I want to update the commission or the community with something that's happened more recently. I mean, that's the one trick is, trying to, things become stale after 7 days.
That's true. Okay.
So but I guess I'm trying not to bring you things that are decisions needed. Those should be on the general business, topic. It's, I'm hoping it's more like, hey, don't forget that, the opening of so-and-so park is, next Tuesday.
Sure. Yeah, I don't mean anything like that. So.
Okay.
So under the committees, we had a thing come up this year, and you guys will remember this, and I think we should add a sentence to address this. If you will remember when James Graham brought the grant program to us, and he had an advisory committee, and he came up with a list of people for this, what I would deem a project. And the mayor was adamant that he approved who went on that. That's this section talks
Former
about.
mayor.
He was a mayor. I'm not going to argue over that one. I think we could mitigate that by adding a sentence after the first sentence. So the first sentence, commission may create committees to assist in the conduct of its charter duties with such assignments as the commission may specify. So we're really talking about committees that support and are advisory to the commission. So I think we could add a sentence, and this is what I came up with, but feel free to edit. These committees do not include project advisory committees created by and terminated by city staff. Like, I was trying to get at like these project teams that are created for a project, that are stood up for a project and then terminated, to kind of come up with a way to define what they would be. Yeah.
So correct me if I'm wrong, in past commissions, we have kind of worried about committees that don't fall under the umbrella of the city, and so that's there was some fixing of kind of these odd committees out there that didn't have kind of that umbrella over the mayor and the commission, and so I would, and I kind of see Carrie nodding a little bit. So we just need to be careful. If we make an exception for some committee, we have to be very clear about how that fits in comparison to all the other guidelines and expectations that we have and the umbrella that we have of those committees.
Well, I agree with Rachel. My idea was that we add a sentence there that talks about a project-specific ad hoc committee. So my suggestion would have been him just sharing that list with us, and we kind of give it the blessing, say, yeah, that's great, go form that. But, not necessarily, because it's going to be a very short duration. So an ad hoc committee that's functioning to assist staff in their,
Well, and that's why I called it a
specific project.
Committee,
Specific
because
project.
Projects stood up and go away. Projects have a very defined time. And truthfully, I'll just state that I think this paragraph reads correctly. I just don't agree how it was applied this past year. I did not agree with the mayor saying that this was a committee that I needed to appoint, because if you'll read the paragraph, it says the committee was created, has been accomplished. I'll step back.
Has been accomplished, or when the committee is abolished by the commission.
Yeah, or when the committee is abolished by the commission. And I'm thinking, we have not abolished that grant. I mean, it clearly was an advisory team that was stood up for that grant program, and James Graham was managing it, and he was going to end it whenever it needed to be. So maybe it's not an issue. I was just thinking if we could provide a clarifying sentence, but
I agree, a clarifying sentence is needed.
I agree, whether it be short-term ad hoc committees. I mean, we actually got a legal opinion on the right of the mayor to do this, and it said that that was within the mayor's right to do as he did. So
I didn't agree with that.
Short-term ad hoc committees, whatever you want to do, I'll agree with it.
yeah, I think it's short-term committees created and terminated by city staff to support. I don't know how to word it.
No, you're on the right.
Where it's to is that they are not providing advice to the commission. That advisory committee that James Graham
Providing advice to staff.
It was advice to staff. It wasn't advice to the commission. And that's where the main difference is. I guess maybe if I should focus language on that.
I think you have it. Short-term committees constructed to provide advice to staff, do not fall within the.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem with the commission saying, yes, go form it.
Yeah,
project, if you need a short-term ad hoc committee, we should say, yeah, go ahead and do it.
well, that was what the four of us wanted. I think the four of us wanted to do. James Graham came up and asked us, do these people look correct for, just asking for our input. And it kind of went off the rails after that. And I don't think that was ever the intent. So anyway.
Oh, I think you got it. Short-term committees formed to accomplish the task with a staff member. Let them do it. I have a real simple one, and Katie already does it, but I wanted a matter on commission packets. It just says they're to be furnished electronically. Honestly, with these Zoom meetings and not having multiple screens, sometimes it's hard to move back and forth between documents. Upon the request of a commissioner for specific documents, they'd be furnished in hard copy. And I know that's a burden that they haven't borne, but I don't expect to do it often, but it's just difficult to move back and forth between the Zoom screen and documents.
But a hard copy may be requested.
Yeah. See, it says the city recorder shall create the agenda packet and transmit electronically.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it's nice to have a marked up hard copy in front of you just because of the difficulties of Zoom meetings.
Every
And
agenda item
sorry.
tonight, I've had papers. So
I was the last to constantly get a packet at my door when we were doing away with paper copies. I was the last sole commissioner that was getting a paper copy, and to me there was so much. Well, one, I like to make notes and I like to draw, I like to put all my comments on there and be ready for the meeting. And that book is something that you can carry wherever. And I kind of, stopped fighting it at some point. But that was under the assumption that our digital meetings, we would be able to edit the notes, or we would be able to highlight them, or we would be able to add notes to them, which we never have been able to do. And this has been a commission concern in the past, where we went to the computer screens, where in the city chambers, I mean, it's almost impossible to open up all these documents and follow along without having a paper copy. And I've struggled with that ever since. Now at home, I'm doing a better job because I'm set up for school and I have massive screens. Like if you see in my meeting right now, I'm like looking over here, I have a massive screen here, a massive screen here, and I can pull that all up. But that's been a worry that I've had a long time, that we just don't have the ability to do that. So I have the same concern about it. If there was a way that we could kind of, I can see Katie answering, because if there was a way we could edit and add, notes to our documents, and if we're moving that direction, then maybe that'll be helpful to some way. But especially when we're doing, I know.
The difficulty, Rocky, is having both screens open concurrently when you have a screen. So I mean,
Right. No, I know.
And I think Katie does a good job, but someday Katie will be basking in retirement. And I just want the document to say what needs to happen.
How do you know she's not basking in retirement right now?
I'll just say it short and sweet. We absolutely can include that in this document, that statement. And then also there is a capability of editing the PDF documents and bringing them to the meetings electronically. That's something. Yeah, that's something that we just have not rolled out. I'd have to do some training with each of you. You'd have to, be willing to use it and be able to use it. We can do that another time.
Okay. Are we almost through this? Because we have 10 policies to go through.
I don't know if I can make it through the 10 policies.
And we also have committee reports. So what do we want to do?
Oh, I'm have one tiny edit, and it's the removal of that same word normally, and then I'm done.
Where is that at?
Page 10 at the top, number 9. It's the same exact statement about using electronic devices, and that word normally is in there, and I just think it should be removed.
All right.
And that's it. That's all I have.
All right, so now what do we have other comments on these other policies?
I do, but I don't know if I have the bandwidth to go through them all.
Me neither. Let's do a couple at a time every time we meet.
Okay, so should we tackle the first two and then go on to our commission reports?
I'm ready to, I'm tired. I don't think I can do it justice.
Let's just move on to commission report.
Let's finish this
Okay,
procedures
let's
thing. If we
bring-
don't have anything else, let's just end this.
Yeah. And okay, that sounds fine. So we'll bring those back. Let's move on to do we have a city manager report this evening?
I don't have anything tonight.
What?
Everything's running
For the-
smoothly.
For the sake of time.
As Chief Van's out there doing all those other extra duties as required. So we are in great shape here at the city.
All right, commission committee reports, Beaver Creek Employment Area Blue Ribbon Committee and Brownfield Grant Committee, Commissioner Frank O'Donnell.
There's been no activity on any of those currently.
Okay. Citizen Involvement Committee, Commissioner McGriff.
Yes, well, the most exciting thing that happened was that they were able to organize themselves enough to agree on the draft letter that's going out to the the inactive neighborhood associations. And I thought that was really great, and that there were a number of edits and I think it looks really good. And there was a concern by a committee member that it was going to cost too much money. Nobody was going to read it. And the comments back from the committee were, we have to try. And if that doesn't work, we will try something else, but don't kill it before it even starts. So I was very excited about that. I went to the Tower Vista Hillendale meeting, and they are going to meet again.
Okay, C4, Clackamas County Coordinating Committee.
Yeah, the subcommittee met, was the subcommittee on a separate line for you, or are they both together? Commissioner Smith?
I don't know.
All right, I'll just give the subcommittee, and if you get to it, we'll skip it. The one thing I wanted to mention was that the group was talking about SMART, which is the transit that's out of Canby. Essentially, SMART is currently being excluded from the Metro policy advisory table. And Clackamas County feels like because they are the second largest transit provider in the Metro region, that they should have a voting seat and be a participant at the Metro Regional Council. So just to let you know, I supported and I will continue to support having the Clackamas County Smart Transit. It can be Smart Transit, but it's a Clackamas County provider. And it's heading up through the pathways to be voted on to try to ask and seat a voting member of Smart Transit. I think that Smart needs to be at the table to help represent all of our transit and connectivity needs. So anyway, I thought it was important. I just wanted to bring it to you.
Commissioner Lyle Smith, I thought the Canby thing was called CAT and the Smart one was out of Sandy.
Canby Area Transit, CAT is what I'm familiar with.
That's what their transit is called. I thought Smart was out of the northern part of the county.
Oh, I may have my descriptions wrong.
Yeah,
But
I think
it
that's-
is Smart. Smart is who we're talking about.
Yeah, that's okay. I know.
Smart's out of Wilsonville.
Oh, Wilsonville. Okay.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking, I was pretty sure it was that
Canby.
direction. Yeah, not
Yeah, I
Canby.
think Sandy's something
Yeah.
else.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks, John.
So, Clackamas County I-205 Tolling Diversion Committee. That's Commissioner Lyle Smith, I think, too.
No, it's Commissioner McGriff.
You and I, Rachel. You appointed yourself and me to that during your tenure, I believe.
Yeah. Not a-
Broke up. There had been no meetings to my knowledge. I saw an interesting article, which you might want to read in our local paper about ODOT has a spending problem versus and shouldn't be tolling locals. It's a very good article, and it kind of hit home with that last discussion we had about the footbridge, about where's money come from and where's funding come from and what the heck is ODOT doing. And it referred to the state law that is sort of directing them to do that. So I need to follow up with that, but no meetings for us.
There hasn't many meetings. Yeah.
All right. I haven't reported on CHP Clackamas Heritage Partners for quite a while. Clackamas Heritage Partners is Historic Oregon City, or the organization that runs the End of the Oregon Trail Interpretive Center. We have not been meeting, but we had a retreat on Saturday. Basically, we had a 2.5, 3-hour meeting on Saturday. So a lot to report from that. I'll keep it short. Some really great things happening at the End of the Oregon Trail Interpretive Center. We had a full board meeting. We also had a guest at our meeting, Dr. Stephen Beckham, who had been working with the board and the Grand Ronde Tribe for the new movie production that we are putting in place at the End of the Oregon Trail Interpretive Center. This was something that we've talked about. This came to us for a grant back not too long ago. And this idea of trying to tell a parallel story at the End of the Oregon Trail Interpretive Center of basically the story of Oregon's first people, so that we were paralleling the native story with the pioneer story. And so that movie is completed. We have not fully seen the final product as a board, but we're hoping to do that at some point soon, safely. And then we'll be in planning some premieres and some ways to get this movie seen by the public. So, in the kind of the conversations that we've had over the last year or two in terms of equality and inclusion, we want to make it very clear the End of the Oregon Trail Interpretive Center has been working on some of these topics for a very long time, has really been trying to add to this Oregon Trail story, but also telling the other stories. So actually, before Oregon City Commission had its conversation with the Grand Ronde Tribe, the End of the Oregon Trail Interpretive Center has been working with the Grand Ronde Tribe and partnering at the museum, which I think really helped open the door to some of these conversations about how to tell, these parallel stories. So some really great things are happening in that dynamic. John George from the Federated Tribes of Grand Ronde is part of the CHP board, and he has been, really tied in with Dr. Beckham and our board in creating that movie. The chair, Cheryl Kennedy plays a major role in this story. So in the movie and narrating it, or not narrating, but telling some of the story. So we got an update on the movie, and hopefully we'll be able to share that with the community when it's applicable. Let's see what else. The End of the Oregon Trail Interpretive Center also applied for a Reimagine grant, and that Reimagine grant through the city helped the Interpretive Center create 2 videos. The Interpretive Center has been closed, but this allowed them to put some content on their website that was available to the public that they could pay to get these 2 videos, this information. There was 2 stories that were told in these 2 videos that were created, the long looked for place and another one that was focusing on women of the West, which also ties into this idea that we, telling multiple stories. So the Interpretive Center is working really hard on trying to add to its storytelling. They're wanting to work now on another video or presentation with most likely with Dr. Beckham as well, focusing on the Barlow Road. And there's also the beginnings of a collaboration with Oregon Black Pioneers to work with the Interpretive Center to tell some of the stories. And those are stories actually that the Interpretive Center has been telling to some degree in the past, but really trying to reach out into different communities to tell a broader picture of the stories that were happening during the time of the Oregon Trail. So I'm excited about it. And I told the CHP board that I might get in trouble because we usually have these reports at the end of the meeting and we usually go through them pretty quick. And I had literally pages of notes from our meeting because we typically, have lengthy meetings, but this was an exceptionally lengthy meeting, but every minute of it was so valuable. So hopefully I'll share more with you on that. The projects that really the End of the Oregon Trail Interpretive Center is really focusing on now is to continue to add some of these, to some of these stories in video and in different ways. But the next major project that the Interpretive Center is really working on, CHP board is working on with the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde, is the hopeful planning of building plank house. And so the hope is to be able to build a plank house on the End of the Oregon Trail site so that we can expand the story, the parallel story, the native story on the grounds of the Interpretive Center, not just inside the building. So clearly that is going to be a lengthy process because anytime you build on that site, like when we built the stage in the End of the Oregon Trail site, you have to deal with the flood issues and all of that. So we're hoping to start that process. I know that the CHP has had conversations with the Parks Department and the city staff about that. And the hope is maybe at some point when we go back to being able to have the museum open and, a year or two from now, when we have groups that can come into the center, we'll have a building that allows for some group use. So anyway, lots of exciting things going on there. All right. I don't think we haven't had a WES meeting lately. I think we have one coming up. So I have nothing new at the moment on that. Downtown Oregon City Association.
On the West thing, am I going to be getting those meeting notices as well? So I know.
That is a good question.
I haven't seen anything.
Okay, I'll forward you what I have and then I'll double check with them on that.
Okay. Downtown Oregon City Association, we had our board meeting this morning at 8 a.m. and was very productive. We reviewed the information we had a Main Street evaluation, and that was very productive, and we're going to move forward on some of her Sherry's recommendations. And we also, so I was gonna, you can't quite see it, but I'll get it down. So they had a promotion during the winter called Little Scenes, and this is one of them, and it's pretty awesome. I'll see if I can turn the light on, but this was a very successful promotion.
That's cool. I like that one.
I did on this. I beat out Don Scott, and it's basically Mount Hood.
That's neat.
So the boxes were made by local artists, and then local artists did the artwork. This was done by Waldo from Moot. So anyway.
Oh, wow.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. So that's the news on that.
All right. Metro Policy Advisory Committee. Commissioner
We
Rachel.
haven't met. Yeah, they haven't met. Then the next meeting is at the end of this month.
Okay, OC 2040.
You and I need to get a briefing from our illustrious community development director so we can get up to speed since we've been out of the loop.
Okay.
Ask her to find some time that we can do that.
Oregon Governor's Willamette Falls Locks Commission.
Yeah, so actually the day that we did these committee appointments was the last meeting of the Willamette Falls Locks, and I didn't know about it until the next day. So I did follow up with a meeting with Tony Turner Odell and Trent Wilson from Clackamas County to get an update on the falls locks. And I don't feel like we've actually given an update on this in quite a while. So just a couple of items just for the good of the order. Essentially what's happening, the main item to know about is that there will be a bill in this legislative session to try to create a public corporation that can take ownership of the locks because the feds would like to remove their ownership and transfer it to some state appointed organization. So hopefully that bill will be successful in this legislative session. And I will continue to keep tabs on the locks and any legislative movement on that because we definitely want to support that. So that's really the main thing. They still have a request for funds to help $7.5 million request for funds to support the locks project, but that request did not make it in the governor's recommended budget. So I seriously doubt that will be moving forward by the legislature. Really the public corporation and that ownership piece is the main hiccup. So if that can move forward in this legislative session, that would be a success and a movement of the needle on that dial of trying to move that project forward. But that's about it.
Is Representative Mr. Mark Meek still sponsoring that bill?
Tony, do you know who the bill sponsor is? I didn't write that.
He was in the last session.
He probably was.
He was leading it and there were several co-sponsors, but I'm just wondering, Tony, could we get we have just a short presentation from Mr. Odell? I think that would be helpful.
Okay, I'll reach out to him.
Okay. Commissioner McGriff, I don't know if I think there might be a small update for Oregon City Tourism Stakeholders Group.
Yes, there is. So the exciting news is that the second showcase historic site is up on the website featuring yours truly. And I hope you all have an opportunity to see it. We filmed it during the beginnings of the forest fires. So there are not any outside shots because it was too gray and too yellow, but the inside looks really good. So James said that I did a good job, but I'm doing a little bragging here. But anyway, so it's the William L. Holmes house at the Rose Farm is the second site. And there is a quiz, which of course we can't take to win a certificate for dinner. I have been touching base with Mr. Graham about the group, and there is a comment that I have for him that I'm going to see if he can send this information out to the entire group, and it involves them hiring a photographer to provide photographs and pictures depicting people of more diversity than what we've been showing on our sites. And this is something that I will honestly say, harping on since I got on the committee. But I have an answer now, and I'm going to ask that be sent out to the rest of the committee and copy to the commissioner so you know what's going on with regard to that.
All right, and this one I'm really excited about. Oregon City Westland Pedestrian Bridge and Bicycle Bridge Concept Plan Advisory Committee report. Do you have anything?
I think that is really too long of a name for the group. Since we had the presentation, I have gotten a lot of feedback from the community, basically saying thank you to the commission for pushing back a little bit on this, basically pointing out the fact that you get option 1 and then there's no money for option 2. Gotten a lot of positive comments, and I guess for John Lewis's, Dana was going to reach out to them to let me know what our committee meeting schedule is, and I have heard nothing. So I would like to know where I'm committing myself if that's happening. So I've heard, yes, put a bridge in, no, don't put a bridge in. Why are we not considering this? So full range of stuff that we discussed. People said we covered everything that the community has concerns about, and they were very pleased with our comments at the meeting.
Special kudos to our city manager Conkle for laying down the law with ODOT. I was supremely impressed and proud of that moment. And there were comments about it on social media, and I think you deserve a round of applause for that. We saw Commissioner or City Manager Conkle very rarely actually being super assertive. He's normally a moderator for all of us, and I really appreciated you stepping in. I thought you did a great job.
Yeah, they said you swatted the bear.
Yeah,
Swatted
thanks.
the bear.
We'll see what comes of it.
Well, I'll be saying that, believe me, I will be saying that very loud and clear.
It was something about the bear and the buckwheat.
I think they just, what's hard is, there are probably some options there. You just hope that they're realistic and can be constructed.
Well, they kind of tried to swat us away like we're a little fly, oh.
Yeah.
Typical ODOT.
All right. South Fork Water Board. Commissioner O'Donnell, do you want to talk about that? We have a couple things. What?
Feel free to lead on that if you want.
Well, that guy that's the manager, I heard he's kind of.
Probably don't need to say a lot. I will say we had oral arguments in a court case that we've been dealing with for a long, long time. There's no outcome yet of that. We can fill you in on that later. It's regarding our water rights, but Water Watch of Oregon versus the Oregon Department of Water Resources. And that's something that all the water agencies have been working on for years. So we hope to hear something about that in the nearish future, but that's been going on since I've been on the board. And the only other thing of significance is the board decided to honor our manager, John Collins, who has been our manager for a long, long time and is continuing on in the transition as Wyatt takes over. And we have changed the title. Obviously, we changed the title. What was the exact, what it was, Frank, what was the title? CEO, right. So we changed that, and the board also honored John Collins with naming the building or the water plant after him. So that was a big significant thing that happened. John Collins has worked as the CEO and the manager for South Fork Water for a long, long time. He's we could talk for hours about the accomplishments. There was a resolution that we put out that maybe we'll read that in a future meeting to show the amount of work that he's done. So that's all in process, and that was, I think, the most of it. We have some new board members coming on because of the election in West Lynn. And so we can kind of talk about that, but I think that was pretty much it.
You know who that's going to be yet?
What?
Person from West Lynn.
No, well, the mayor always is.
Okay, so Jules will be there then.
West Lynn, and then, but we're not sure who the South Fork meets at the end of the month. So, all right. Willamette Falls and Landing Heritage Area.
Yes, we are. We have a board meeting, I believe, next Monday, and we'll be taking to the group our diversity, equity, inclusion survey results, and we will also be probably talking about what's been going on with the old City Hall, which I understand. I unfortunately or fortunately tuned into that meeting, and I think I'm looking forward to it getting back on track with a change of administration.
All right, and Willamette Falls Legacy Project.
I'll actually invite either Tony or Laura to supplement what I'm about to say. There hasn't been meetings to the extent we've had them before, and Laura just published or conveyed along the 2020 fourth quarter Willamette Falls progress report, which has some interesting observations, and I need to get with her and possibly her and city manager, because a lot of the discussion was about tribal relations and the easement discussions, which seem to be primarily between Metro and the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde. I feel a little bit left out, to be honest, and I'm not sure when the next meeting even is. I can't find it on my calendar. So I'll invite comment from either Tony or Laura if they care to supplement this. Apparently that's sufficient.
Sorry, I was trying to get my
I
cursor was
see
on the wrong screen.
Laura popped up too.
So I think that I think we're looking to schedule another partners meeting. I think there's been quite a bit of work trying to work with Grand Ronde as they've been trying to finalize their options for redevelopment, and then what that means as it relates to the public project for the Riverwalk itself. There was quite a bit of discussion about, originally we were looking at doing the very southern end, what we had called phase 1. The Grand Ronde would like a different section. So we're expecting some additional information from them related to that. So, I think that it's just taking a little bit of time.
Yes, indeed. Thanks, Tony.
The building has been declared a dangerous building and is going to be required to be removed.
The building's been deemed a dangerous building. They have until June, I believe, to give us a plan for how to deal with the building, whether that means removal or reinforcing it. I think that's why they have the time to kind of look at it and try and get a handle on what the damage is, how significant it is, and what the options are.
All right, I think that's it. Anything else? And we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Have a good night.
Night.